Akane, I hope you don't think I'm being rude, but you look amazing. Have you lost weight?
Actually, I have.
Wow, how did you do it?
Well, I've been really eating healthy and working out a bit as well.
Wow, I read recently actually in the newspaper that there are lots of new gyms opening up. Is that what you've been doing, going to the gym?
Yeah, actually, I joined a new gym. It wasn't that expensive either, and it's been really good.
So, how much was it?
It was about $30 a month.
Oh.
Yeah.
So when you go to the gym, what kind of thing do you do?
Well, my favorite thing to do is to run on the treadmill, and sometimes I also do weights.
You do weights as well?
Mm-hmm.
Really heavy weights?
No, just lighter ones.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So, do you mind the fact if you're in the gym that the air is really stuffy and you can always smell people's sweat? Does that not bother you?
It does actually bother me, so I do prefer to go when it's not too crowded.
Of course, yeah.
People tend to go after work, so I try to go a little bit earlier or a little bit later.
That's a good plan.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, sometimes I still wonder if it's healthy to exercise inside, because if you exercise outside, you can get more fresh air.
I think you're right about that. It does feel better when I do get exercise outside, but sometimes I'm so busy, and if the weather's not good, it's just easier to go to the gym.
Well, I suppose so.
Yeah, and a little exercise inside is better than no exercise.
You're right, actually. So, if I want to lose weight, what would you recommend?
Basically just, you know, exercise within your limits and eat healthy. I think it's just common sense.
Really? Then you think I'll lose weight?
For sure, I think so. But I don't know what you're talking about. You definitely don't need to lose weight.
Oh, well, that's kind of you, Akane. Okay, thanks.
So, Alan, you must be happy. You have hockey again in Canada.
Yes, I was quite happy to read that the NHL has come to an agreement with the players, and there will be hockey again starting in October.
Okay, now, as a fan of hockey, or just a sports fan in general, do you think that athletes are making too much money, that it's okay for them to strike and ask for more money?
Yes, I do think the athletes are making too much money, and I actually agree with the idea of having a salary cap because I think it makes it more fair for all the teams in the league, not the teams that have, not just the big market teams that make a lot of money, but all the teams have a fair chance at the best players.
Okay, can you explain exactly what is a salary cap?
Salary cap is the amount of money that a team is allowed to spend for their players.
Uh-huh.
So if you have a salary cap of $35 million, the team is only allowed to spend that much total for all their players' salaries.
Oh, I see.
They cannot go over that.
And what is the reason that you would have a salary cap? What's the argument behind it?
So teams that have more money than other teams can't just buy all the good players and uh, leave the less talented players for the smaller market teams.
Mm.
So there's more of a chance for the smaller market teams to compete with the large market teams for the good players.
Yeah. So, do you think that hockey now is doing well and that you will not have a strike for a long time to come?
Yes, I think after this one there won't be another strike or lockout for many years. Actually, I think this deal is a 10-year deal. I think I read it's a 10-year deal. So there won't be one for at least 10 years. Probably longer, hopefully.
Well, I'm glad you have hockey again.
Thank you.
Now, Alan, you used to be a baker.
Yes, I did.
That's pretty cool. So you can make anything, right? Like bread, donuts, cake.
Yeah. My specialty, what I did a lot of was different varieties of bread. I baked a lot of white bread, whole wheat bread, 60% whole wheat bread, rye bread, sourdough, Italian bread, French bread. So mostly I did breads.
Okay, well, sounds good. What is the routine of a baker? Do you have to get up early, or how does that work?
Yes. Generally, most bakeries, especially bakeries that sell bread, uh, they start operations very early in the morning. With the bread, you want to get the bread out and fresh as early as possible. So bread bakers will start at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. They'll come in, they'll open up the shop, they'll get everything going, fire up the ovens, and start mixing the bread dough. So if the bakery opens at 8 in the morning, the customers come in to fresh baked bread.
Oh, I love that smell. So what would you say was the best thing about being a baker?
The best thing about being a baker would be making all those fancy pastries, Danish, croissants, apple strudel. I enjoyed making, I enjoyed that part of baking, making those kinds of products.
Hmm. Was there anything that you did not like about being a baker?
Um, Pretty much everything else. Specifically, I didn't like the hours, and I didn't like uh, most of the hours. I didn't really like the hours. It The actual work was not bad, but it was the hours and the pay wasn't so good.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay, well, still though, you have to have loved that smell of fresh bread every day.
That I did enjoy, yes.
Hey, Alan, so I'm going to go to Vancouver, and I'm really excited about going. I don't know anything about the city. Can you give me some advice or tips on things I should see or do?
Yeah, sure, Todd. I'd be happy to. There are a lot of things to do in Vancouver, especially in the summertime. I would recommend first you go to Stanley Park. It's one of the largest and most scenic city parks in the world. Uh, there's a seawall around the park that you could jog, go for a walk.
Oh,
There's
sounds
many
good.
beaches. Um, it's one of it's high on the list of tourist attractions in Vancouver. Secondly, I would recommend you take a uh, gondola up Grouse Mountain.
Okay.
From Grouse Mountain, you can see the whole Lower Mainland. It's a very good view from there, and there's a nice restaurant and gift shops up there. And there's hiking trails and so on, mountain biking trails that you can go on in the summertime. Of course, in the winter, it's a ski area.
Oh, sounds good. Hey, what about all the islands? Can I take a ferry to one of the islands?
Yeah, you can take a ferry from Vancouver to Victoria, located on Vancouver Island. It's about an hour and 35 minutes. And in Victoria, there's sites like the legislative buildings. Victoria is the provincial capital. It has the legislative buildings, government buildings, Butchart Gardens, which are world famous flower gardens. And of course, if you drive out of Victoria on the highway up north, you can see many small towns and places on Vancouver Island.
Okay. Now, to get around the city, should I rent a car or should I just use public transportation?
Well, it depends on where you want to go. I would, for the close sites like Stanley Park, even Grouse Mountain, the Canada Place, another attraction in downtown Vancouver. Any of those close attractions, you could use public transport. If you want to go out of Vancouver a little bit, maybe to the island, or you want to maybe drive up to Whistler, which is only 2 hours away, I would recommend you rent a car for the longer distances.
Okay. Well, sounds good, man. I'm really excited about my trip.
All right.
Now, Jeannie, you listen to hip hop music,
Oh, yeah.
right? Actually, me too. I like hip hop when I run. Do you think that hip hop music negatively influences people? Do you think that it should be censored or should be controlled in any way?
I feel like it has a tendency to negatively influence people, mostly because the people who it influences aren't very strong or very confident in themselves. They feel like in order to be something, they have to do what the people who made money are doing.
Mm.
For them, it looks like the easy way out. For example, if you're stuck in poverty and you look at the TV and you look at people who are exactly like you, who are stuck in poverty, and suddenly all they did was they did gang banging and stuff like that, and then they rapped about it and they got money. It's like, wow, why don't I do that? I have to build up this hard image so that I can make money and, get to the top.
So you're saying part of the problem is for people to aspire to be a popular hip hop artist, they actually have to do some type of criminal activity first.
Yeah, it's the image that you get, because in all the music they're rapping about what they did, you know. Um, and if you ask somebody later on, oh, did you really do that? And they say, oh no, it was just for a song, then people are like, oh, you're not cool. You want to rap about something that you've actually been through to really, you know, say, yeah, I did this, so I'm really hard, you know.
Yeah.
Otherwise you're just faking.
Well, do you think that the music should be censored in any way?
I think to a point it should be. Um, just as far as kids, children don't need to hear this stuff all the time. And, unfortunately, what you get, even if they censor it in the stores and say, oh, this is not for kids or, stuff like that, you're gonna get in these areas people driving down the street in their big expensive cars blasting this kind of music, so the kids are gonna hear it anyway. So I don't feel that there is a real way to censor it.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah. I guess this problem's always going to be around, though.
yeah.
Jeannie, you are from Philadelphia, correct?
Yep.
Now, is Philadelphia a safe city? Do you have lots of crime?
Yeah, we've got lots of crime, depending on the area where you are. Where I grew up, um, I lived in a black ghetto where there was like gun shooting at least 3 times a week.
Whoa.
Um, Usually it had to do with conflicts between African Americans and Jamaicans. Um, Pretty territorial. Basically, the African Americans were there first, and when the Jamaicans moved in, they decided that they wanted to take over. So lots of wars going on with that.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah. So,
How did you get along? How did you survive? Or
well, I've always been to myself for the most part. Um, a lot of people in the neighborhood thought I was very strange because anytime you saw me, I was walking around reading a book or something like that. I didn't have many friends because everyone would always say I was too smart to hang with them or something like that. So yeah, I basically just kept to myself. When people wanted to fight me, instead of mouthing off, which is a very big part of it, um, I would just sit there and say, okay, let's fight. And they didn't understand that kind of thing. They felt like, no, we have to argue first.
Yeah.
So I didn't encourage arguing, and so they would feel intimidated just by feeling that maybe there was something more to me than they knew about.
Wow, you're brave. You were saying earlier, though, that there's also a serious problem with Asian gangs.
Yeah, in the neighborhood we moved into, I moved out of my old neighborhood when I was about 17. So my new neighborhood, we don't have so much of the African Americans versus the Jamaicans. We have Korean gangs, and they're often at odds with the Hispanics.
Man.
Yeah, so not so much gun shooting. I don't really hear so much about guns in that area, but lots of knives and robberies and such things.
Hmm. Now, do you think that you have a solution to solve the problem that we can get rid of these gangs? Is it just the poverty, or?
It has a lot to do with the poverty, but a lot of it also is the image that these people are striving to achieve. Um, they do rely heavily on hip hop, the hip hop culture. They feel like in order to be, really cool, they've got to do this stuff that they see on TV.
So it's like a peer pressure thing. Not a peer
Yeah,
pressure, it's a image thing.
very much an image thing.
Wow.
And sometimes the only way to survive is to actually join a gang so that you don't get hurt from just someone not liking you.
Wow. Well, you have a very candid views and stories to tell, so thank you very much.
No worries.
Jeannie, you say that you are really into meditation.
Yes.
So can you explain what meditation is and how you meditate and what are good ways to meditate for other listeners?
So, as far as meditation is concerned, I feel that um, it's really finding your center, which is quiet. Think of like a cyclone, and how there's all types of activity except for in the dead center where it's really still and quiet. I feel that meditation is a way to get back to that quiet inner self, and it's something you need just to keep you settled in everyday life. Um, for me, I'm very used to uh, either bursts of activity or just being still. So when I meditate, I just like to absolutely sit still. I don't worry about sitting in a lotus position or anything like that. Uh, I sit more in a comfortable position, one that's not going to distract me from what I'm trying to do. Um, I, if I can, I just don't think about anything. But if I've got too much on my mind, then I'll concentrate on my breathing. I'll pay attention to the rise and fall of my stomach and just count each breath 1 to 5 just over and over again. And usually it can get me into my center pretty well.
Wow, sounds good. When do you meditate and how often do you meditate?
Um, I usually meditate in the mornings if I have time. On weekends, usually I'll meditate in the morning. Weekdays, I don't really have time, so I meditate at night on those days. Um, I try to find a time that everything around me is very quiet, if there's too much activity going on with other people, then I get easily distracted. So I try to find a really quiet time and a quiet place to do it.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you say your name, please?
Yep. My name is Jeannie Cherry.
Jeannie Cherry?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Cherry's your last name?
Uh-huh.
Is it spelled like the fruit?
Yes.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah, oddly enough, someone asked me before, is it spelled like the fruit? And I said yes, and she spelled it incorrectly.
Oh no. Oh man.
Like, okay.
Uh, and how old are you?
I'm 25.
Wow, you look young though.
Yeah, I know it's because of my parents.
Oh, so you have good genes in your family?
Yes, very good.
Well, how old is your father?
My father is 52 this year.
And how old does he look?
He looks like he's about 35. That's what people often say.
Man.
Yeah, I showed pictures to other people. He's a twin, identical twins, so I show people their pictures and they're like, "Wow, they're so young. That can't be your father." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's my dad."
That's cool. So your father has a twin.
Yeah.
And do they still look identical?
They still look identical.
Do they have the same hairstyle?
Yes, and they always dress the same. They do a lot of stuff together all the time. So
That's cool.
yeah, people always ask me, yeah, how can you tell which one is which?
Yeah. You must get tired of that question.
Yeah. It's like, well, I know my own father.
Um, why do twins do that? Why do they often wear the same clothes?
Well, I don't know. For my dad, it's always been a thing of uh they like to make a big impression on people, so
Hmm.
they always want to dress in the best suits. They always got to look flashy, so that when they go out, they're like the showstoppers. And they happen to look exactly like the twins from a music group called the Whispers.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so they get lots of people taking their photos and screaming, "Oh my gosh, it's the Whispers!" And
Really?
yeah, they get a lot of publicity for that.
Well, does your father have a good voice? Can they sing?
Oh no, they can't sing for anything. They can
Oh.
pretend to some background music, but they can't actually do it.
That's cool. So your dad looks like he's 35.
Hmm.
Wow. And who else is in your family?
My mother, she's also 52 this year. Um, and I have an older brother. He's 31 years old, and my sister is 30. My brother has three daughters, and he's got a son on the way.
Oh, that's good news.
Yeah, and my sister has two daughters. So for a long time, it was only girls. So my parents were starting to look at me like, yeah, we need some boys in the family. I'm like,
Wow.
okay, so I'll think about that later.
Wow, sounds like you have a really nice family.
Hmm.
Okay, Mark, you said that you want to own your own home.
That would be nice, yes.
So let's say you could have any home in the world. You can make your dream home, reasonable dream home.
Right.
Okay, what kind of house would you have?
Um, well, I don't normally dream of like an enormous mansion or anything. Just a nice, medium to large size home. I guess almost more importantly for me is to have some land with the house. Like
Mm.
I wouldn't want my neighbor to be, just 3 feet away from my house. I'd like to have a little bit of space.
Okay.
Yeah.
So assuming you have a big yard and you have this space, you have land, what kind of landscape would you have?
Um, well, I grew up in Alabama and I really like the landscape there. It's kind of hilly and lots of trees and lots of pine trees. It's a deciduous area of America and lots of lakes. So I guess, that kind of setting, like a deciduous, lots of trees, lots of lakes,
Mm.
or some water nearby and hills, things like that.
Okay, but actually, what would you want your yard to look like?
Oh,
Like
I see.
I mean, you don't want a lake,
No,
right?
no, 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 no. But yeah, I don't know. I would want it to be taken care of, but not overly manicured. Like I
Hmm.
don't want it to be, uh, you know, too much pruning. But I wouldn't want it to be completely wild either. So green, but not like a just completely perfect square or anything. I'd like for it to be a little bit chaotic or.
Okay. So, what do you want? Big bathroom, small bathroom, big kitchen, small kitchen?
Big bathrooms, big kitchen, yeah. Bigger the better.
Bigger the better.
Yeah.
Two-car garage?
Sure, that'd be fine. And actually the way the house is decorated, if I'm married, my wife can decorate most of the house, but I'd like to have one room that was my room, like that, maybe I could put a small library, like
Mm.
lots of books, maybe a pool table, but one room that I got to do, my own thing
Yeah.
with.
Yeah, man, you need your territory.
Yeah, just that one room.
Hey, Akane,
Mm-hmm.
uh, the other day we were coming home on the bus,
Yeah.
and I got off the bus, and I thought you were on the same bus as us, but when I
Oh.
started walking home, you weren't around. What happened?
Well, it's kind of a funny story, actually. I fell asleep on the bus,
Oh no.
and I was so tired that afternoon. It was a Friday afternoon, and I'd had a long week, and I just fell deep into sleep. And I really didn't notice when we were at the end of the bus ride, and we were at the station. And then I was really upset because the bus driver didn't say anything. And so I just kept sleeping. And by the time I woke up and noticed, we were on our way back to the school again.
Oh no.
Yes, and I didn't get a chance to press the button and get off until I was almost halfway to the school. So I ended up getting home really late and even more tired, and it wasn't a very good experience at all.
Did you say anything to the bus driver when you got off?
No, I didn't, because I was so flustered and I was in a rush to get off that I didn't really get to say anything.
Oh, that must have been so annoying.
It was.
So what time did you actually make it home?
I think it was around 7:30, maybe.
Well, the next time we come home, I'll look for you and I'll make sure to wake you up.
For sure. And make sure to look in the back seats and make sure I'm not lying down horizontally, because I think maybe that's how the bus driver missed out on the fact that I was there.
Okay. Hey, Akane,
Yeah?
I know that you cook a lot, and I never cook.
Mm-hmm.
But it's starting to get really expensive to eat out, so I want to cook more.
Right.
Can you recommend something that's very, very easy for somebody who does not know how to cook?
Okay. Well, I'm not the best cook myself, but I do cook often for financial reasons because it is cheaper. I would recommend, if you're not used to cooking, I would recommend the fried noodles. It's quick, it's easy, it's inexpensive, and yeah, I think you can do it.
Okay. So what do I do? I mean, actually, first of all, what do I need to buy?
Well, I think you would need to go to the grocery store and get some noodles. You can get the ready prepared ones, which are quick and easy. The dried ones you would have to boil first, so I would recommend the ready prepared ones. And you also need some vegetables, and maybe if you like, you can also add some meats.
Okay. I probably won't do the meat thing.
Okay.
But for the vegetables, what vegetables do you recommend?
Well, I recommend seasonal vegetables because the ones in seasons are always higher in vitamins and nutrients. Right now it's about early summer, late spring. So the ones that are good right now are eggplants, spinach, and well, bean sprouts are good all year round,
Okay, so assuming I buy all this stuff,
right?
Bring it home.
Mm-hmm.
What do I do?
Well, first you need a good frying pan, and
I have that.
okay, first you need to actually wash the vegetables and cut them up into small pieces, and then heat the pan up with oil,
Mm-hmm.
and then put the vegetables in first because they take longer to cook than the noodles. After you've seen that the vegetables have gotten slightly brown and soft, then you could add the noodles and mix it up until the noodles are heated up, and then just season it with salt and pepper or a sauce that you like.
Okay, sounds pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
But as for the oil, what
Right.
kind of oil should I get?
Well, vegetable oil, canola oil, or olive oil, I think would be the healthiest choices.
Okay. Now, one problem I have about cooking is for
Right.
people that don't know how to cook.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you cook? Like you say, chop up the vegetables. Do I
Yeah.
chop up 5 eggplants, 1 eggplant?
Well, if it's just for yourself, I would recommend just 1 eggplant and maybe half a bag of bean sprouts and half a bunch of spinach. The vegetables really shrink after you cook them, so it might look like a lot when they're raw, but once you cook them, they shrink.
Okay. Well, I'll give it a try, and I'll tell you how it tastes.
Great, good luck!
So, Ruth, we are both teachers,
That's right.
and we have students, and we teach our students English,
Yes.
and English is not their first language.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do in class when students do not speak English, when they speak their own language instead?
Firstly, I give them a stern look, although that doesn't always work. Then, well, if I'm setting an activity, I always make sure that I ask them first of all which language they're going to do the activity in, and any student who's not going to speak English has to put their hand up, and generally students don't like to be the odd one out, so they don't put their hand up.
That's a pretty good strategy.
What do you do?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't had much success, really. So I've actually been pretty casual about it. I just let them speak occasionally to each other in their own language.
Really?
Yeah, and then, well, I just encourage that they speak English, but I figure as long as they're trying to speak in English and they do the majority of it in English, that when they have to speak a little bit of their language, that's okay. I mean, as long as it's quick and, you know.
I really think English should be the only language they speak in class if they're learning English.
But don't you think that's just too hard? That maybe it actually brings them down, they strain too hard, that sometimes it's just easy for them to communicate really quickly and then switch back to English?
I think it's really good for them. I think it's a challenge. I'm not saying it's easy for them, but I do think it's good for them, and I think it helps their English to improve more quickly.
Yeah, I guess maybe I should try it. I'll give it a try, but it might be too late because I've already let them, not do it.
So do you think you might start this week?
I'll try, but I have to be careful because I don't want to shock them too much.
Ruth, what do you think about stay-at-home parents?
Do you mean like one parent staying at home with a child?
Yeah, one parent staying at home and the other one working.
I think it's really bad if a child stays at home with one parent, actually.
Really? Why would you say that?
I think children who are brought up like that generally don't really know how to socialize with other people except for their parents.
Oh, well, why would you think that?
Well, they're not really given the opportunity to interact with different people. I mean, they spend pretty much all day, every day with that one parent, and I think it's a real shame. They don't learn how to share or how to get along with and talk to different people.
Well, I think that the child will actually get more interaction if there's a stay-at-home parent, because the parent will be able to take them to different activities and to other houses to have playmates, And at the same time, they'll be able to spend more time with that parent and have socializing time with family members.
But I think that children could get those same experiences from different people who looked after them. It wouldn't necessarily need to be their family who looked after them, surely.
Well, sure, but I think that it's different when a person who's not related takes care of a child. I'm sure that they do their best, but the love is not there. The caretaker would not love the child as much as the parent would. And at the same time, if there's one person taking care of 10 different children at the same time, I would wonder about the amount of attention that the child gets and safety issues as well.
But I think you've got to look at the practical aspect of this. It's not always practical for people who don't have much money to have one parent staying at home all of the time.
That's true. I really agree about that.
Oh, good. We agree on one thing. So, Akane, is there anything that you're frightened of?
Well, I'm really scared of horror movies. I never watch them because they really, really frighten me.
Horror movies, wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a horror movie?
Well, when I was little, I used to watch them with my friends because back in the 80s, horror movies used to be really popular, like Jason and Freddy Krueger and things like that. Yeah. But yeah, they used to keep me up at night and I couldn't sleep.
Oh. Yeah, my friend actually had a Freddy Krueger poster. It used to frighten me too.
Did she?
Yeah, it wasn't my favourite thing.
Yeah.
So, what don't you like about horror movies?
Well, I think I don't know. I think it's the psychological aspect of it. They just really make me feel scared.
Oh. What was the last horror movie that you watched?
The last one I watched was, I think it was the Blair Witch Project.
Oh, I know that film.
The
Yeah.
first one. I saw it in the theater with my friend, and I couldn't sleep properly for a week after that.
Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's stupid. A lot of people think it's a pretty stupid movie. But I think it was just the psychological aspect of it that really made me feel scared. And I think with that movie, after people saw it, they weren't really sure whether it was real or not. And so there was that element as well.
Was that the same film that I'm thinking of? The one where they filmed people in a forest? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. It was in a forest, and the whole thing was done with a camcorder, a handheld camcorder, and so a lot of it was, I think, black and white. I can't remember, and the camera was very shaky. And
So it wasn't professionally filmed?
I guess it didn't look like it was.
Right.
Yeah, I heard that the movie actually only took, it didn't take a lot of money to film it, but it made a lot of money.
Yeah, I can believe that, actually. I can believe that. Wow, thanks for that.
Last year, I went to Portugal just after Christmas, and I stayed there until, well, just after New Year's this year. In Portugal, I met up with one of my friends from Toronto. He had family that lived in Portugal because his family was originally from Portugal, so they were kind enough to let me stay with them. I didn't know any Portuguese except for some simple words like hello and thank you. I learned some simple words through an audio CD before I went there. And the people that I stayed with didn't know very much English either. However, we got along surprisingly well. They were surprised that I was able to eat some of their exotic foods. They made some delicious meals every single day, like octopus, tripe, and rabbit. It is quite exotic, but I thought it was quite good. They also made some excellent desserts like creme caramel and a rich sponge cake that they called pain de l'eau.
I go to church, and I'm going to tell you what it looks like inside my church. Firstly, when you go in, there's normally somebody at the door who greets you, and they give you a hymn book. Hymns are songs, and we have a book full of songs. Then, in the main part of the church, we sit on pews. Pews are like long wooden seats, and the pews in my church are quite big. You can fit about 10 or even 15 people on one pew. The minister, he's the man who leads the service, is at the front of the church. He stands behind the pulpit, which is a wooden box, and he puts the Bible on that box. There are lots of stained glass windows in my church. They are windows with coloured glass in them, and they often have pictures on them, normally pictures of stories in the Bible. We also have an organ in church, and somebody plays the organ every week. The organ pipes are at the front, and it's very loud. However, we also have a piano and a small group of people who do singing on other days. I really like my church. I like the atmosphere there, and I really think it's a friendly place. Oh, hello there. Can I help you?
Hi, I'm just looking at some of your paintings here. You have a really nice store here.
Yes, that's right, we do, don't we? We have some really nice paintings in here.
I think I really like this one. Can you tell me a bit about it?
Certainly, yes. Now that one's actually by a local painter. His name's John Mansfield.
Mm-hmm.
He's been painting since he was 14, actually, although he
Wow.
died in 1999, so he painted for about 53 years in total.
Really?
Yeah, I really like that one myself, actually.
Mm-hmm. Well, so he died. That means that there aren't many of his paintings left.
That's right, yes. I mean, most of his paintings are one-offs, and this one is a one-off.
Wow, okay. I especially like the colors of this one. I like how it's bright and it looks really nice, and I like how it depicts the local landscape.
Yeah, that's true. It's really nice, isn't it? Actually, this is a picture of a local walking route, which is quite famous and quite popular with hikers. A lot of people go there
Mm-hmm.
on walks, particularly at the weekend. And if you look on the left-hand side there, that tree is the oldest tree in the area.
Oh, is that right? Have you ever been to this place?
Yes, I've been there quite often, actually, and it looks very much like this in the spring.
Okay. Well, if John Mansfield is a local painter, have you ever met him when he was alive?
Yes, he often used to come into this shop. He was a very, very devoted painter, and he really enjoyed buying paintings by different painters in the areas.
Really? Wow. Well, that sounds really interesting. How much is this painting?
That one's actually £180.
Wow, 180 pounds.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Well, that's a bit beyond my budget. Would you be able to give it to me for 100 pounds?
I think 100's too cheap.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's see. This other painting looks nice too. How about if I buy both of them? Would you be able to give it to me for maybe 250 pounds?
Why don't we say 300 and you've got yourself a deal?
300. That sounds good. Thanks a lot. I'll take it.
Okay then.
Great. Hello and welcome to our show. Today we'll be making one of my favorite recipes. It's called the egg spaghetti. First, what you will need for this recipe is about 100 grams of dried spaghetti, 2 tablespoons of olive oil, 50 grams of minced meat, about a half of a medium onion, half a cup of chopped mushrooms,
1 cup of tomato sauce or peeled crushed tomatoes. I prefer peeled crushed tomatoes. And lastly, you will need 1 egg. First, let the water come to a boil and boil your dried spaghetti. While you are waiting for the spaghetti to boil, you can prepare your sauce. Heat up the pan with the olive oil and add the minced meat. Brown the minced meat until it gets nice and brown. Lower the heat to about medium heat and then add your chopped onions. It's important to fry your onions in lower heat so that you can let it caramelize. It'll take a while, but it will be worth the effort because all the sugars will come out of the onion and bring a nice sweet taste to your sauce. Then add your mushrooms, your chopped mushrooms, and keep stirring it around until it gets nice and tender. And then lastly, you can add your tomato sauce or peeled crushed tomatoes and let it simmer for a bit until it gets nice and warm. Your spaghetti should be ready by now, so you can drain the water out and add a bit of olive oil to your spaghetti so that it won't stick. Put your spaghetti on a plate and then pour some of your sauce on top. Now, you can fry your egg on a pan, sunny side up. I like to leave the yolk nice and soft, and then put the fried egg on top of your spaghetti. Now, when you eat your spaghetti, I like to pierce the egg with a fork so that all the yolk drizzles out and becomes a part of the sauce. The egg is quite alkaline, so it brings a nice mild taste that counteracts with the acidic tomato. And enjoy!
Hey, Ruth, Akane and I were thinking of getting a movie tonight and watching a movie.
Oh, that sounds good.
So you gonna come over?
Really, I can't actually. I've got to fill in some forms tonight. I'm going to law school in September, so I've got to get some money together.
You have to get money together on Saturday night?
Well, I did actually try and do my forms today, but I didn't manage to get anything done, so now I have to do it on Saturday night.
Yeah, but tomorrow's Sunday. Just do it tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'm going to church tomorrow, and so I'd rather get some done tonight.
Well, how long are you going to work?
Tonight? I'll probably do a couple of hours. Maybe I can come up and watch the end.
Okay, well, what time do you think you'd be able to come up? Because we can just do different stuff. You know, Akane, she's always cleaning. I'm sure she'd love to go back and scrub her apartment or something.
Well, how about 10 o'clock? What are you doing at 10?
That 10 would be good, if I'm still awake.
Will you be too tired?
No, that's good. It's Saturday, no problem.
Really?
Yeah, do it. We were thinking about getting Shrek too.
Oh, wow, I really like Shrek too.
Okay, cool.
I really like it.
I wanted to watch Star Wars, but she said no.
Oh, I'm glad she said no.
You don't like Star Wars?
Can't stand it. Except I do like Ewan McGregor.
That's right. You said that before. Okay. Well, yeah, cool. We'll just go home and work really hard and try to come back.
I'll do as much as I can.
Okay. See you then.
All right, then. See you later. Thanks for the invitation.
So, Mark, I see you have beautiful pictures of your child up here. I didn't know you had a baby.
Yep, baby Roy is about 1 year and 4 months old now.
Oh, wow. That's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, everyone said there'd be lots of changes in your life, but it's probably changed my wife's life more than mine. But I still enjoy giving him his bath and helping put him to bed and playing with him in the mornings and in the weekends, yeah.
Oh, that's great. So what's it like being a father?
A lot of fun. As I said, I think my wife has a harder job looking after him during the day, and the father can have the good jobs in the evening and early morning and in the weekends.
So is your child speaking yet?
Not quite, but he understands English and Japanese. And so if we tell him off in either language, he runs away and starts crying because he's just started walking.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's got to be tough.
It's getting tougher, but you just have to child-proof the house more.
Yeah. So how do you child-proof a house?
Make sure all breakables are above the level where he can reach. That's the most important thing.
Uh-huh. Now, when you have a child, like, well, first of all, how much does the baby sleep every day?
Well, he's a good sleeper. He's basically always slept from about 9 in the morning and 9 in the evening until 6:30 or 7 in the morning. He's waking up a little bit earlier now because it's lighter earlier.
Uh-huh. Oh, wow. So, what does your child like to do? Like, do you play special games with Roy?
Oh, he's into dancing recently. He really likes the beat of the BBC World News music.
Okay.
So he looks forward to the BBC News at the hour.
Oh, that's cute.
He likes going to the sandpit and playing with the other children from the neighbourhood.
Uh-huh. Oh, wow. Well, you have a lovely child.
Thank you.
So, Mark, when people think of Americans, they often think of the hot dog.
Mm-hmm.
When they think of Japan, they think of sushi. What are the foods that people associate with New Zealand?
According to a lot of the Japanese students I know who have gone to study in New Zealand or have a homestay program over there, they normally come back speaking about 3 New Zealand foods. The first one's probably fish and chips, which is a traditional or unofficial traditional Friday night meal. At the end of a long week, Mum and Dad will say, "Oh, let's go and get some greasies." And it's just deep fried, battered fish, potato fritters or hot dogs, and fried chips. They used to be wrapped in newspaper, but now for health reasons you've got to have plain white paper. And
Oh, no kidding.
yeah, but no, the fish and chips dinner on Friday night's a bit of a tradition.
Okay, what else besides fish and chips?
The other one would be something called a pavlova, which is similar to a very large meringue cake, very, very rich, very, very sweet, made with egg whites and lots of sugar, with lots of whipped cream and fresh fruit on top. Kiwis and Australians often argue over who invented it, but I'm sure Kiwis did.
Okay. The pavlova, huh?
Yeah.
So, is this like a snack you eat in the afternoon?
No,
or
it would be
after
a
dinner?
dessert. It's the size of a cake, and it would be a dessert cake.
Okay, is this something that people often make themselves, or you just buy at the store?
Both. The best ones, I think, are homemade.
Okay.
And then the third food is Vegemite, which is a breakfast spread, a yeast-based breakfast spread. Lots of non-New Zealanders who don't know it think that it looks like chocolate spread. And then they put it on their toast or bread in the morning, but it's actually has a very unique taste and nothing at all like chocolate.
Okay. So, is it bitter? Is it sweet? Is it sour?
It's got a very yeasty flavour, so it's quite hard to describe.
Okay.
But it's another one of those New Zealand traditions.
Now, you say it's made from yeast, but what are the main ingredients?
It's a yeast-based extract, so it's very healthy for you, lots of minerals, and all Kiwi kids should grow up on it.
Okay, well, sounds interesting. I'll have to give it a try.
Okay.
So, Akane, tell me about your family. Who do you get on well with in your family?
Well, I think that I get along the best with my mother, I would say.
So why is that?
Well, I think it probably has to do with the fact that we're both female. I mean, the only other people in my family are my father and my brother.
So, what does your mom look like?
Well, she's actually taller than me. She has dark hair and a pretty firm build. She's not too thin, not too fat. And yeah.
And what does your mum do? Does she have a job?
Oh, good question. She's actually a hairdresser.
Wow.
Yeah. So she does my hair, and she's also an esthetician as well. So I get free skincare products from her.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So what does your mum like to do when she's not working?
Well, she used to take sewing lessons, so she really likes to sew things, like her own curtains, and she even made me some clothes a few times.
Wow, so
Yeah.
she's talented.
Yeah, she's quite artistic.
So when did you last see your mum or speak to your mum?
Well, the last time I saw her was this spring. I stayed at my parents' house for about a week, and yeah, that's when I saw her.
Was that a couple of months ago?
Yeah, a couple of months ago, that's right.
Right.
Hmm.
And what was the last thing that your mum bought for you?
Actually, just before I came here, we went shopping together, and because I have to fly away to a new country, she bought me some new clothes. She bought me a new coat, actually.
Wow, that's really nice. Well, thanks for that, Akane.
Thanks. Hey, Ruth.
Hi, Akane.
So we've been talking about your family a little bit.
Yeah.
I'd like to know a little bit more about the specific people in your family.
Sure.
So who's the funniest person in your family?
The funniest person? Probably my mum, actually. She's really funny. She's got a really good sense of humour, and she plays tricks on people, and she's really silly. But everybody in my family has a good sense of humour.
Oh, good. Now, who is the most serious person in your family?
Serious?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, actually I don't think anybody in my family is serious.
Oh, really?
I don't think we have any very serious members, no.
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing, although occasionally I think it's a bad thing.
Right. Now, who is the hardest worker?
Oh, can I say me?
Sure.
No, I think that's not true, actually. Well, both of my parents work very hard.
Mm-hmm.
They both have very different jobs, but they both work very hard and always have done.
Well, parents do tend to be hardworking.
That's true, yeah.
And who is the most generous person in your whole family?
My brother is really generous, and he makes me feel bad because he's so generous at buying me things and giving me things, and I would say my brother.
Really? What's the last thing he bought you?
That's a good question. He bought me some clothes, actually, before I came to Japan.
And who do you talk with the most in your family?
All of them, really, but I suppose deep down I maybe talk to my mum the most. I tell her most things.
Really? What kinds of things do you tell her?
Just everything that's going off in my life, really. Because she's a really good friend to me, so I'm just very open with her, and she's open with me.
That's excellent. Who do you resemble the most in your family?
Some people say I look like my mum, and some people say I look like my dad. But most people say I look like my brother, so maybe my brother.
Your brother?
Yeah.
Do you have a picture of him?
I do have one, yes. I'll show you later.
Okay, I'll look forward to that. Hey, Ruth.
Hi, Connie.
So, how big is your immediate family?
There are 4 of us.
4 people. Okay. Who's
Not
in
very
it?
big, really.
Okay.
Well, there's my mum and my dad and my older brother, and then there's me.
Oh, I see. Does everybody still live together?
Well, actually, at the moment, my brother lives in London, and my parents live in Derbyshire, and I live in Japan, but very soon we're all going to move back in together.
Ooh, are you looking forward to that?
I'm looking forward to it, but I think it could be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. So, who's the oldest person in your family?
The oldest person is probably my great aunt, and she's 80.
Oh, and who is the youngest person in your family?
Actually, my cousin was born about 2 weeks ago. She's called Emma, so she's 2 weeks old.
Wow. Did you see a picture of her?
I have seen a picture of her, yes. She lives in Sweden.
That's really exciting.
Yeah, it was nice.
And how big is your extended family?
Well, I'm not from a really big family, actually.
Mm-hmm.
My dad has got 3 sisters, and my mum has just got 1 brother. So, you know, some people are from families and somebody has 10 children and they have lots of aunties and uncles. It's not like that in my family.
Oh, okay. And where is your family originally from?
Originally, my parents and their parents and their parents, I think, are all from Yorkshire in England. It's in the north of England.
Everybody in your family is from there?
I think so, although my family have since moved, and so some live in Sweden now, and some live in Australia, and some live in America.
Oh, that sounds really interesting. So when does your entire family ever get together?
Well, that's a good question. Well, a lot of people get together at Christmas, but even then, not everybody does.
Mm-hmm.
I think really we only see the entire family at weddings and at funerals.
Okay. And when was the last time there was a wedding or a funeral?
I think it was about 8 years ago, so quite a long time ago now.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, thanks for that story, Ruth.
Oh, no problem. Thanks, Akani.
Hey, Ruth.
Hi.
How are you at cooking? Are you any good?
Not really, if I'm honest.
Oh, okay. Well, is there one recipe that you know how to cook really well?
There is actually. It's chocolate cheesecake.
Wow, that sounds really good. So, what kind of ingredients are in this chocolate cheesecake that you're talking about?
Well, you need chocolate spread,
Mm-hmm.
digestive biscuits, condensed milk, and you also need cream to whip.
Wow. And where can you buy these things?
Well, normally I buy them in the supermarket. It's quite convenient.
Okay, and it's pretty easy to find?
Very easy to find all of those ingredients.
And what kind of utensils or equipment do you need to make this cake?
Well, you need a baking tin, which has got an open bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And you also need a whisk, and you need a bowl, and you need a fork. And other than that, I think that's about it.
Oh, I see. Now, how do you get started with this recipe? What do you do first?
The first thing you do is you crush the digestive biscuits,
Mm-hmm.
and so that they're like a crumble. And then you heat the butter, and you add the butter to the digestive biscuits.
Okay, well that sounds easy enough. And what do you do next?
Well, then you leave that in the fridge for a day, and then when you come back to it, you whisk the cream, and you whip it up, and then you add the condensed milk to the cream with a fork very slowly. You fold it in.
Oh, fold it in. Is that hard to do?
It's quite, it involves skill. It's quite delicate.
Okay. Is that it? Is there any other steps?
Well, then you need to heat the chocolate spread up, and you need to add it to the top and fold that in as well.
Okay. And it's done?
And then that's the end of the cheesecake.
Okay. Now, with this recipe, is there anything that you need to be careful of?
Not really. I mean, it's quite easy, but the main thing is that you leave the digestive mixture in the fridge for long enough, and then after the whole cheesecake is ready, you still have to put it back in the fridge. I'm always tempted to eat it immediately, but you have to wait a few hours for it to cool.
Oh, that sounds great. Thanks, Ruth.
Okay. Akane, you've got a new skirt.
I do. Thanks for noticing.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
So, are you quite into fashion?
Well, I do like to buy stuff now and then.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And was that the last thing you bought?
I'd say so, yes.
Oh. So do you spend quite a lot of money on clothes?
No. I like to look for bargains.
Oh, good plan.
Yeah.
And was that skirt a bargain?
Oh, yes, it was.
How much was it?
It was actually only 1,300 yen.
Wow.
Yeah, that's about 13 Canadian dollars.
That's such a bargain. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it was.
So how often do you go shopping?
Not too often. Maybe about once a month.
Once a month?
Mm-hmm.
For clothes?
Yeah, just to browse around, look around. I might not always buy something, but once in a while I do.
Where do you go?
Well, I like to go to the local markets and things like that because I think that's the best place to find bargains.
Of course. Do you normally try clothes on before you buy them?
I do prefer to try them on before I buy them. It's not always possible, though.
No.
Mm-hmm.
So if you buy something at a market, do you try it on first?
Well, yes, I would ask the person if I can try it on. If they say no, then I would try to see if it fits or not right on top of my clothes and make a good guess.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever buy clothes which are second-hand, which other people have already worn?
I used to be be really into vintage clothes when I was younger. Yes, there's a huge area in Toronto where I'm from where there are many shops with vintage clothes, and I used to go there all the time.
Wow, so they're kind of dated clothes, are they?
Yes, they are. They're secondhand clothes, they're used, and they're very cheap and very fashionable.
Wow, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
Does anybody else ever buy you clothes? Do your parents buy you clothes sometimes?
I suppose they used to when I was younger, but not anymore because, I like to choose my own things.
Of course, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But once in a while I might go shopping with my mother, and if there's something I like, she might buy it for me if it's a special occasion.
Wow, that's generous.
She is.
All right, well, thanks for that, Akane.
All right.
Hey, Ruth, how's it going?
Fine, thank you. I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Now, Ruth, I was noticing that you are eating raisins.
That's right, yeah.
What is it with the raisins? You always have raisins.
I really like raisins. They're so nice. They're so practical because you can take them anywhere. It's not like if you take other fruits with you, they squash and they bruise. But raisins, they're so handy and they come in a little packet and you can always have fruit with you.
That's a pretty good point there, actually. But still, I mean, all the time. I see you with raisins every day.
I eat raisins every day.
Wow.
But I really like them.
But don't you get sick of them? I mean, eating them every day?
I don't ever get sick of things like raisins. Or broccoli, for that matter. Would never get sick of it.
Huh, that's strange. Well, what about grapes? Because you like raisins, do you like grapes?
Actually, I prefer grapes. Grapes are probably my favourite fruit. But they're not practical. You can't carry them around with you, and they're heavier, and they're more expensive as well.
Yeah.
Raisins are cheap.
Yeah. Have you ever noticed that grapes, at least when I eat grapes, my mouth gets a sensation? Not the taste, but something about the texture of eating grapes. My mouth gets a sensation that no other food gives me.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know why that is. Do you think it's because it's slightly acidic, maybe?
Well, maybe. Could be.
I don't know, but I like it.
Yeah, grapes are great. Actually, where I'm from in California, it's a big producer of raisins.
Oh, yes, that's right, yeah. And you can get raisins in little red boxes, can't you?
Yeah. Thing is, I love raisins, but not just plain. Just eating raisins, I don't know, doesn't do it for me. But I love raisins in my cereal, and I love Raisin Bran. Best cereal ever made.
I really like it too.
And I love raisins in cookies.
Yes, me too.
And raisin bread.
I don't think I've ever had raisin bread.
What?
I don't
You're
think-
like a huge raisin fan? You've never had raisin bread?
I don't think so. Is it like a tea cake?
No, it's just like a sweet bread with raisins in the middle.
No, I've never had that.
Oh, you are deprived.
Obviously.
Well, I'll find some raisin bread and I'll get it to you.
Oh, you're a star. Thank you. Hey, Akane.
Yeah.
Didn't we have a really good time in the city in Oita last weekend?
Yeah, we had a great time. I'm glad we went.
Oh, me too. It was so good.
Yeah.
You know, I thought it was so good to get out of this small town. It was really good to go somewhere bigger.
Definitely. I really like big cities.
And wasn't it good that we managed to get some shopping done?
Oh, definitely. I think we got a little carried away, though.
Possibly, yeah. Possibly. What did you buy again?
I bought a new skirt, and I'm wearing it right now.
Oh, of course, yeah. Oh, it looks really nice.
Do you like it?
Yeah, yeah. Is this the first time you've worn it?
It is, actually.
Wow. And did you buy anything else?
I think I bought a new CD.
That's right, you did.
Yeah.
You did. And we also bought a few things from the 100 yen shop, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah, it was a good day.
Did you really like the 100 yen shop?
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, that's the biggest 100 yen shop that I've ever been to.
Me too.
Really?
5 floors. Can you believe it?
I know, it's fantastic. And I seem to remember we were in there for about 2 hours, were we?
2 hours. I think you're right.
I think we were in there for quite a long time.
We were really enjoying ourselves in there.
But it was worthwhile.
Definitely.
So it was good.
What did you buy?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, I think I bought a t-shirt, didn't I?
Yeah, I think you did.
Oh, yeah, it was really nice. I bought a t-shirt. And I bought a dictionary.
Oh, that's right, your dictionary. Have you used it yet?
I've used it a couple of times, but maybe not as much as I should have.
Right. Well, hopefully it'll help you to study Japanese.
Oh, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so.
It was quite a big dictionary.
Yeah, it was expensive, so.
How much was it again?
It was 3,500 yen, 3,500.
So that's about $35.
Yeah, $35.
Ooh.
That's a lot for me.
It is for me too.
Really?
But books are important.
Absolutely. Don't you think we should go back to Oita sometime?
Definitely. When do you want to go next?
Why don't we go next weekend?
That's a great idea. And we
Okay.
can do some more shopping.
Brilliant. Okay. Let's do that next weekend.
Okay.
Hey, Akane, I was thinking, why don't we get everyone together tonight and rent a movie?
Sounds like a good idea.
So I'll run down to the video store. I was thinking, because Star Wars is coming out, why don't we get the previous Star Wars, Episode 2, and watch that?
Oh, man. I really don't want to watch that again.
Come on, it's Star Wars.
Well, I watched Episode 2 before, and I really didn't like it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was great. I mean, I know the critics were really rough, but it had great action, cool characters.
Well, actually, I thought it was very commercial.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the whole thing was really mushy, and there were some also annoying characters.
Yeah, well, maybe, but I just like all Star Wars. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be perfect. As long as there's stormtroopers and lightsabers, I'm happy.
Okay, so you're a big Star Wars fan.
Huge.
Okay.
But it's okay. I'll get that movie another time. How about you suggest a movie? What would you like to see?
I really like romantic comedies, especially Meg Ryan movies.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I can't stand her.
What? What's wrong with her?
She's terrible. Every movie, she has the perfect life, and she looks so cute, but she can't find love. It's like, come on, people that have a perfect job and look cute and beautiful like Meg Ryan do not have trouble finding love.
But she's so cute and funny to watch. I just really enjoy watching her.
I just can't do it. You know, though, actually, I liked Meg Ryan in that movie she made about, she went to the Gulf War or whatever, and she was a helicopter pilot.
Oh, yeah. I remember that one. I forget what it was called, though.
Yeah, she was okay in that, but I mean, she wasn't that cutesy romance thing.
That's true. She was a different character than usual.
Yeah, okay, so we can't see a Meg Ryan movie, and we
Okay.
can't see Star Wars, so
Okay.
what else?
I don't know. What about a comedy that'll make us really laugh?
Okay, let's see, we could see Shrek.
Oh, I love Shrek.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I haven't seen Shrek 2. Have you seen Shrek 2?
No, I haven't, actually.
Perfect. Shrek 2.
Great, we'll get that.
Okay, I'll run down and pick it up.
Thanks.
Hey, so Ruth, how do you get your news?
Oh, I buy a newspaper.
Oh, really? What paper do you read?
I always read The Guardian.
The Guardian?
Hmm.
Is that conservative or liberal?
Oh, it's Labour.
Labor?
Yeah.
So the Labor newspaper, The Guardian,
Uh-huh.
what angle do they have? Like in the States, you'd say it's either conservative,
Okay.
like the Wall Street Journal, or it's liberal, like the New York Times.
Okay, it would be more like the New York Times.
Or like the New York Times?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even read papers anymore.
What?
I mean, I read them online, but I just prefer to get everything on the internet.
So you just read the newspaper on the internet?
Pretty much. Yeah, I never pay for a paper anymore.
What? Don't you think that's really antisocial, looking at a screen all day?
Yeah, but how much more social is it looking at a paper?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not much more social, but I don't know. At least if you read a newspaper, you can read it outside in the fresh air, for example.
Oh, that's true. I guess so. But it's free. And I know how you're always saving money.
Well, that's true, but I think The Guardian is a good newspaper, so I like to support them.
I have to admit, I do like to go out on Sunday and get a paper and a coffee, and yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, even just like walking to the shop to get the newspaper, it's quite nice.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I don't like how the print media or newspapers that you buy have such limited space. And on the internet, you can get such a wider range of information that it's just a lot better, I think. Because these days, I don't know if you can really trust what they put in the newspapers.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you always can, but I think TV is the same, and I think the internet is exactly the same.
Yeah. That's actually why I like radio news.
Uh-huh.
Because I think radio news is a lot more in-depth. You can actually hear the person talking.
Uh-huh.
And unlike TV that has very short clips, radio news usually has longer segments. So I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I like the radio, but then you can't see the pictures, and I don't have a very good imagination, so I like to see the pictures.
I just love the voice. I love when they go, and now to our correspondent and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
Just
it's
sounds
good.
cool.
No, you're right, it does sound good. And
Yeah.
it's free as well.
Well, I have the internet in my apartment, so anytime you want to read the internet news, just come on over.
Oh, thanks very much. Also, I have a newspaper in my apartment, and I get a subscription, so come along and read the newspaper at my flat.
Oh, cool. I'll definitely take you up on that.
Okay.
So, Ruthie, what did you do today?
Well, I got up quite early this morning, actually, to go shopping.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I went
Ooh, shopping.
I
Now,
really
you're-
like shopping.
That's true, but you're on a budget. You're trying to save money.
I know, but it was my brother's birthday. Well, it is my brother's birthday in a week, so...
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
So, what did you get your brother for his birthday?
Well, it was quite difficult, really, to find something that I thought he would like. But I got him some cakes in the end, some Japanese cakes.
Japanese cakes?
Yeah, they're in like a special presentation box.
So, how are you going to get the cakes to your brother? Just through the post office?
Yes, I sent them in the post this morning.
Did you send them express or just regular mail?
No, regular mail because it was cheaper.
But don't you want it to hurry and get there for his birthday?
I've got 1 week. I think it'll get there on time.
So, what do you think your brother will think of the cakes?
I don't think he'll like them, actually.
No?
Well, he likes chocolate cake, and they look like they've got kind of chocolate inside, but it's bean paste. I think he'll be disappointed.
So, what did your brother get you for your last birthday?
That's a good question. He always gives me money, and he often gives me chocolate as well. He's very generous.
Mm. Actually, I'm the same way. Like, guys like to give money. Money is so easy, no shopping involved.
It's practical though, it's good.
Now, I've been told that when you give money for a gift, it's actually very impolite.
Really?
Is that true? Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. Some people say it's just really impersonal, that you should take the time to get a gift.
Really? I really think if anybody gave me money, I would be so pleased. It's a good present.
Exactly. That's what I think. Hey, so actually, when are you going to see your brother next?
Probably I'll see him in August or September.
Oh, that's quite a ways away.
Yes, about 4 months is that, I think, yeah.
So is this an older brother or younger brother?
He's older, he's 26.
Oh, he's 26.
He's going to be 26, sorry.
Okay, well, if you happen to email him, tell him happy birthday.
Oh, I certainly will do. Thanks.
Hey, Akane, I
Yeah.
was reading in the paper that China is doing research on genetically modified foods and is considering it. The United States is for using genetically modified foods,
I see.
but Europe is against it.
Oh, right.
So you're from Canada. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a great idea to have genetically modified foods.
Why?
Well, I think that especially for countries like China, research shows that the people in China, the quality of their life is going to be of the level of the people in America within the next 30 years. And if this world is going to support that kind of population, we definitely need more resources in order to make food to support that population.
Do you worry, though, that maybe there haven't been enough tests on genetically modified foods, that there might be side effects that could lead to cancer or could maybe ruin the natural life cycle of the plants?
Definitely. I think there is lots of reasons to be concerned. And that's why the research has to be taken carefully and slowly, and there has to be laws and procedures in place so that the research is controlled and that foods are tested before people can use them.
So you're saying that they should do research, but it's okay to go ahead and try to use it now?
Well, if there is reason to think that it is safe after many tests, then I think that we should start using it for the future.
I mean, I can understand why people would want to use genetically modified foods, because in terms of drought or insects eating the plants or feeding really impoverished areas like Africa and parts of Asia, it's useful, but we really don't know. I mean, aren't you a little bit worried that if you rush it, you don't give enough time for the tests to know that if it's really harmful to the environment or to people?
For sure. So I don't think we should rush it, but at the same time I don't think we should completely stop the research either, because the fact is that the population is growing and these people are going to have to eat food. So if genetically modified foods can help people to eat and survive, and for the human population to survive, then we're going to have to continue with the research.
That's a pretty solid argument. I pretty much agree with you on that.
Well, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Akane. So, Akane, what did you do today?
Today, I cleaned my apartment.
Sounds fun.
It was, actually. I really like cleaning because I only get 1 day a week to do it, and my apartment gets clean.
So when you clean your apartment, how long does it take you to clean everything?
Well, let's see. I started around 7:30 in the morning, and then I probably finished around 10:30.
3 hours?
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Well, I do a lot of cleaning.
Man.
And that includes laundry, actually.
So, for your laundry, do you use the laundromat down the street?
No, I use my own laundry machine and I hang it up to dry.
Oh, but when you do that, you can't get that nice soft feel from your clothes.
Well, no, but I save money.
That's true. That's true. And I feel bad about using the laundromat because I guess it wastes energy, but I just love how the dryers make your clothes really soft and warm, and
Yeah.
there's no wrinkles.
Yeah,
And it's
I agree.
done.
For sure. I wish I had a dryer.
So, do you iron your clothes for work?
I do. Yeah, I always iron my clothes. I do my washing on Saturdays and I do my ironing on Sundays.
Oh man, you're regimented.
I am.
You got it down. You know, I never iron my shirts.
You never iron?
No, I just take them out of the dryer, and that's close enough. And then, usually when I put them on, they kind of stretch.
Well, I guess so. And if you're wearing a jacket over it, then you can't really see.
Yeah, plus I'm a teacher. Teachers don't have to look sharp.
I guess so, yeah.
Hey, so what are your plans for tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Well, my ironing, of course. And I'm a teacher and I have marking, so I'll do some marking because I have to mark some essays.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah, but it has to be done.
Yeah, but on the weekend, I try not to bring work home. I just don't like to do it. On the weekend, I feel you should energize yourself and just rest and relax.
I agree. But this week I couldn't help it because we were so busy.
So, why were you busy this week?
Well, we had so much work to do. And I gave them out an essay, and I got those essays back, so I have to mark those.
Hey, have you been giving your students tests?
Just little quizzes once in a while.
Yeah, I have to give my students a test, but I don't know what to test them on.
Yeah, that's always a hard part.
Do you give easy tests or hard tests?
Well, the quizzes are quite easy, but I think they find it to be quite hard.
Yeah, students always say, it's difficult.
Yeah.
It's difficult. Well, enjoy your marking tomorrow.
Thanks.
So, Stephen, what do you like to do in your free time?
Free time. Well, I would just love to have some free time, but when I occasionally have some free time, and well, I love to go hiking. I live in Japan, in Kyushu, and there are some beautiful mountains quite nearby to where I live. So
cool.
Sometimes I go hiking in the mountains.
Well, actually, I love hiking, and I'm new to Kyushu.
Right.
I just moved here. So can you tell me where I should go hiking? What are the best spots?
Right. Well, there's one range of mountains in Kyushu. One of the mountains is called Nakadake, which means central peak, I believe, and that is actually the highest peak, the highest mountain on mainland Kyushu. There is one higher mountain on an island near Kagoshima, but on mainland Kyushu, that's the highest peak, and it's quite a challenge. And there are some beautiful views from that mountain.
Wow, is it a day hike? Can I hike it in one day?
Oh, sure. It takes about 3 hours to go up, and the descent takes about 2 hours. It takes about 2 hours to come back down.
Oh, that's great. Well, we live in Beppu, and
Right.
Beppu is on the coast. It's on the ocean. So how can I get to the mountain? Unfortunately, I don't have a car. So can I take the train or a bus?
I'm not absolutely sure. I've only ever been by car myself. I don't believe there's a train that stops by the mountain, but you could certainly get closer than you are now by train. And then perhaps you could take a bus or even a taxi from a town closer by. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Well, you know, I've never done it before, but I hear that it's safe to hitchhike in Japan. Is that true?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The crime rate in Japan is so low.
Yeah.
You'd have to be incredibly unlucky to have any problems hitchhiking, I think.
And will people stop and pick me up?
That I don't know.
Maybe I'll have to give it a try. Okay, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
So, Stephen, you're from Europe.
Mhm.
You're from England.
Yep.
Have you traveled much in England? I'm sorry. Have you traveled much in Europe?
Yes, I have. Yeah. When I was 18 and 20, um, I travelled all around Europe by train.
Oh wow,
Um,
sounds fun.
It's great. Yeah. So basically backpacking, but going between countries by train with some friends. We travelled with some friends. So you can buy one ticket. It's called an Interrail ticket, and you can visit any country in Europe using this one ticket. They last. Well, the ticket I had lasted 1 month.
That's a good deal.
So we went to France and we travelled to Italy, and then we went down to some Greek islands. Also, we went to Amsterdam in Holland. Um, so,
Wow. What
another
did you do in France?
in France, we were on the south coast, south of France. What did we do? Well, really, we spent our time on the beach, mainly playing water sports on the beach and just sunbathing, relaxing,
Cool.
that kind of thing. Yep.
Wow. Did you make it to Sardinia
Sardinia? No, we
or
didn't go.
Corsica? I'm sorry.
No, we didn't. No.
Oh really?
I think my favourite city was probably Florence in Italy.
Oh okay.
We were lucky. We met some students, some British students who was studying Italian, and they had their own apartment on the hills, one of the hills in Florence. And they invited us to their apartment, so we stayed with them. And they'd built up some local knowledge. They knew about some local restaurants, so they took us to a very traditional, what do you call them, pizza restaurants.
Pizzeria?
Thank you. Yes. And I think it was the best pizza I've ever had. It was wonderful.
Man. I'm
And
hungry now too.
and they even took us to a communist festival,
Oh,
which was in
wow.
the mountain, and we played five-a-side football at a communist festival, which is quite a unique experience.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
After some tequila, it was great.
So Florence was your favorite city. Was
Yeah.
Italy your favorite country?
I think so.
Yeah.
I love the Tuscany area.
Oh yeah, it's
It's
beautiful.
absolutely beautiful. Yeah,
All right,
hard
well,
to beat.
I wish I can do it again.
You're
Okay,
asking the wrong
Stephen,
person.
if I go to England and I can choose between Manchester
Mhm.
and Liverpool
Right,
and London,
right.
those are the only three major cities I know. Which one would you say is the best?
Out of those three, well, I would have to say London. Um, I've never actually been to Liverpool, so I can't comment on Liverpool. I have spent a short time in Manchester before. I enjoyed Manchester. It's a very lively city. Has lots of good clubs and has some interesting shopping. There's some interesting shopping in Manchester. Some good markets. But I've actually lived in London, and I feel like my heart is in London.
Oh,
I feel
okay.
like a Londoner. And London has everything to offer. Again, I'm not particularly into clubs, but if you're interested in clubbing, then there are great clubs. There are some good pubs. Has theatres, hundreds of cinemas. The architecture is fantastic.
Well, what about in London? There's many parts, right? So, if I do go to London,
Mhm.
what part of London is the best place to go and stay?
It depends what you want to do. If you want to just see the sights, then you'd obviously want to stay centrally, I'd have thought. Most of the famous landmarks are in the centre. However, if you're going to spend some time living in London, and if you wanted to experience maybe a more just an ordinary side of London, then you could live a bit further out. I actually lived in the south of London, just below Brixton. Maybe you know Brixton. I lived in area called Streatham, and the atmosphere there is also very lively. I enjoyed South London. In the past, South London had a bad reputation. People didn't think South London was a very nice place to live. But over the last few years, the quality of life in South London has improved a lot. More and more people are moving into South London, and well, consequently, as a result, the prices are going up and up and up. But it's actually a nice area to live in, South London, I think.
Oh, sounds good. Thanks. So, Eukarya, you are into drama.
Yes, I have a master's in drama and theatre, and at the moment I hope to get onto a PhD program in drama and theatre.
Oh, so what's the thing about drama? What excites you about drama?
Well, I find it's a very communicative way to study things and study about people. You learn how to read people in drama, so usually I can understand what people are saying, even though they might be lying, which comes in handy sometimes.
That would be useful.
Yeah. So I think it's very useful for me as well. I'm an English lecturer, so I use a lot of drama in my classes, such as role plays, and I ask my students to create little plays, little mini dramas. So they really respond well because it's a semi-controlled version of English learning insofar as they can rehearse, but it has to sound reasonably natural. So at the moment I'm hoping to get onto a PhD course which will investigate about drama in the English as a foreign language classroom. So yeah, especially I would like to concentrate on a lot on Asian drama and trying to bring Asian theatre to the world's attention. So I don't know how successful I will be, but here's hoping.
I'm sure you'll be successful. Now, Eukarya, you're into drama, so can you tell, what do you do for stage fright? How do people get over stage fright?
Stage fright. Well, usually I get stage fright still. It's just many actors get stage fright. Many famous actors get stage fright. I get stage fright every time I'm going to teach a new class. The night before, I'm usually throwing up my dinner in the toilet. I can't sleep. I'm
for teaching.
Sweating. Yes.
No.
Yes. I get really bad stage fright. But the minute I step into the classroom or the minute I step onto the stage, then it just all falls into place.
Wow. That's
But
interesting.
I just feel like, yep, this is what I was meant to do. But the night before, it's always the worst case scenario. So I'm always thinking of what can go wrong. So that's my particular brand of stage fright. But once I get on stage or once I get in front of the class, I'll be fine. I know this.
Wow, that's cool. Okay, Eukarya, we're going to play a game. Choices. I will say 3 things. You tell me which would you choose. Okay, the first one, coffee, tea, or water in the morning?
Water.
Water.
Yeah, when I wake up, I usually have 2 glasses of water, and then at the moment, I'm trying not to drink coffee and not to drink caffeine. So at the moment, it's water. But if I were given a choice, normally it would be coffee.
Okay, cool. Okay, how about at nighttime? You're at a party. What would you rather have? Beer, wine, or a cocktail?
Depends on the party. If I'm going dancing, cocktail. If I'm going out eating, wine. And if it's just friends getting together, beer.
Okay. You're on an airplane and you're flying across the ocean. What would you prefer to read? A newspaper, a magazine, or a book?
A book. Definitely a book.
Yeah? Why the book? That's a very strong answer.
I love reading. I have to read every night before I go to sleep for maybe 30 minutes. So I really enjoy reading, and I find that I emotionally engage with the book and what's happening in the book, and I forget the fact that I'm on a 12-hour intercontinental flight.
Okay, good answer. Okay, you have to choose between 3 seasons: summer, fall, or winter.
Summer.
Summer.
Summer. I love sunshine. I love heat. I cannot stand rain, which is why I don't live in my home country. And I don't like snow.
Okay. I'm with you on that. Okay, next one. To pass the time at night, you can watch TV, you can check the internet, or you can watch a movie, a DVD. What would you prefer?
Probably watching a DVD because, yeah, if I'm on the internet at work, so I don't want to go on the internet late at night because I start thinking too much and I can't sleep.
Okay. And last one. You're at the beach. Would you prefer to play a sport on the beach, on the sand, go in the water and swim or surf, or lie on the beach and get a tan?
Lie on the beach and get a tan. Yeah, I'm from a country we don't see a lot of sunshine, so I still get very excited when I see sunshine. I go to the beach, maybe I'll go into the water and swim up for a bit, but my favorite thing is to lie on the beach with my book and get a tan.
Okay. Thanks, Eukarya.
You're welcome.
Eukarya, you have a new house.
Yes, I just moved last week and I have a new house. It's on the side of a mountain. At the back of my house, there are rice fields. There's one house immediately next door to mine, and it has a crazy barking dog. But luckily, I like dogs, and the dog likes me. So when she sees me, she gets really hyper now and welcomes me home.
That's a nice feeling. You gotta love having a dog welcome you home.
Yeah.
So how big is your house?
Well, it's like a small bungalow. It's 1 story. When you go in the door, there's a Japanese-style porch for taking off your shoes. Then you're in a hallway, and there's an extremely large kitchen, which goes from one side of the house to the other on the right-hand side.
Wow, that's cool. So does it have an oven? Can you bake?
I don't have an oven yet. I have everything else. I enjoy cooking, and in one part of my very, very checkered past, I worked as a chef.
No
So
kidding.
I really enjoy cooking. I'm not really good, but yeah, I enjoy it. It relaxes me after a hard day of work to go and let my stress loose on the onions. Chop, 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 chop. And then there's a living room, and there's what I euphemistically call a work area. It's where I have a computer and some books and research stuff, and then there's it's all Japanese style flooring except for the kitchen, so it's all bamboo flooring. So it smells really nice because it's all really fresh, and it smells like hay to me. I know
Sounds
it's
like a
bamboo.
barn.
Yeah, so it's like sleepy in a barn.
How many bathrooms do you have?
Oh, just one, but that's completely normal in Japan.
Well, it's a Japanese style home, so do you have the bath shower thing, or just the shower?
I have
Just the bath?
bath and shower, but I really like this about Japan, that the toilet room and the bathroom shower room are two separate rooms in most places. There's also kind of a washing machine room, a pantry thing.
You got a washing machine?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I can't live without a washing machine. I need to buy a new, bigger fridge, though, because my fridge is too small. And because it's in the country, I can't do shopping as often. And by the time I get out of work, many of the shops around here are closed.
Well, congratulations on your new house.
Thank you.
Hey, Eukarya, can you give us a brief history of Ireland?
Sure. Well, I think most people know of St. Patrick's Day, and that it is an Irish festival which celebrates being Irish. Well, St. Patrick was brought to Ireland in 460 as a slave from Wales, and then he left and went to Italy, where he was converted to Christianity, and then he went back to Ireland to bring Christianity to the Irish Celtic people. So, skipping ahead a few years, the Celtic people were always quite unique within Europe, because the Celtic people always believed in equality between men and women, and therefore there were women warriors in Ireland, which used to frighten many of the potential invaders away, because a lot of men didn't like to be beaten by women back then. And maybe it's still true today.
Yeah.
Then the next biggest thing in history was the colonization of Ireland by England, starting in the 16th century until the early 20th century. And it wasn't taken too readily because of the nature of the Celtic warriors. It was probably the bloodiest period in history, because the Celtic people did not like to be colonized, so there was a lot of fighting and battles between the English and the Irish, even though the English had, to all intents and purposes, colonized. It was not an easy colonization. But the single most effective technique that the English used in their colonization came in 1822, when the English implemented a national education system. Before this, Irish people used to go and learn in schools called hedge schools. So they were outside. They were given by people who wanted to teach. So genuine academics, and people learned stuff like ancient Greek, Latin. So most people had this tradition of speaking other languages, mathematics. So when the education system was changed in line with the English colonial system, it became illegal to speak Irish in the classroom, and it became illegal to speak Irish in many places. Now, in my city, there's a lovely trading area called the Old English Market, and it's called the Old English Market because there's a sign inside the door. Anyone who will speak in Irish and not English will be sent to jail. So it was really strictly enforced, and it was a very, I can't say laudable technique, but it was a very effective way of colonization. So nowadays in Ireland, people speak English and people speak Irish both, and it's considered bilingual. All documents, all street names are written in Irish and then English. In 1922, there was what was known as the Civil War, and that was the beginning of the end for the English. So the first Irish Constitution was written in 1935, and it stated that Ireland is a neutral country. So therefore, Ireland did not enter World War II, and it was declared a republic in 1949.
Carrie, can you talk about where you are from?
I'm from Ireland, and I'm from the second biggest city in Ireland, which is Cork. Now, the name Cork doesn't come from wine bottle cork. It comes from the Irish word kirkig, which means marsh. So you can imagine how wet Cork is. We have a lot of rain.
And is Cork a big city?
It's a sprawling city. Most people live outside of the city and commute. And my parents live about a 25-minute walk to the city centre, and that's quite normal. So most of the city spreads outwards, and suburbs tend to be quite big, and you can get lost easily.
What are the people in Cork like?
Well, when I go home, it's really strange for me because the men in my city speak with a very high-pitched accent voice. So it sounds very strange for me. And girls tend to speak in a lower voice, because a lower voice in Ireland usually means intelligent, and most people would like to seem intelligent. However, most people love to laugh in Cork, so there's a really good sense of humor. You just walk on the streets and you hear people laughing all the time. It's great.
Oh, that's nice. And what would you say is the best thing about your city?
The best thing are the people, of course, but also the food, the entertainment is just fantastic. Every night you can go out, you can have dinner. After, you can go to the theatre, you can go to classical music concerts, you can go to pop concerts, rock concerts, you can go dancing, different types of dancing. Oh, I miss dancing. You can do Irish dancing, more hip-hop dancing, disco dancing, anything's possible any night of the week.
Okay, and what's the worst thing about your city?
The worst thing has to be rain, because Cork is such a wet place. We don't have a lot of snow in Cork because when it snows, the snow quickly fades away because the ground is made of limestone. So I've never seen real snow before, but getting back to the rain, it rains almost non-stop from autumn until spring.
Wow, that's a long
So
time.
it's a long time of having a gray sky over you.
Oh, well, still, it sounds like a nice place.
So, Akane, you've been to Thailand, right?
That's right. I went once on a holiday with my friends for Chinese New Year.
Wow, I've always wanted to go to Thailand.
Yes, it's a really nice place. I really enjoyed it.
So what did you do there?
Well, one of the things I did there was to take a Thai cooking course, and I learned how to make Thai food.
Oh, wow. So how do you make Thai food?
Well, I don't know if I remember, but I really enjoyed the cooking course.
So what was the course like?
Well, it was really interesting, actually. They picked me up first thing in the morning and drove me to an outdoor market where they sold all kinds of fruits and vegetables and meats and spices. and it was a kind of market where only the local people would go. And they introduced me to a lot of different kinds of herbs and spices and fruits and vegetables that I've never even seen before. So that was really interesting. And then they took me to the kitchen, which was actually an outdoor kitchen right by a beach. So I got to do cooking right in front of a beach. It was very beautiful.
Wow.
I was really lucky that day because I was the only student. It was still a new company that just opened up. So I was the only student. And so I got a lot of attention. There were 2 teachers that taught me how to do all these things. And there was a lot of extra time at the end. So they even taught me how to do fruit carving. I made leaves out of cucumber and flowers out of papaya fruit and things like that.
That sounds fantastic.
It really was.
And do you ever cook Thai at home now?
Unfortunately, I don't. But maybe if I have some time, I might try it.
Good.
Hey, Ruth, let's play a game.
Oh, great idea.
So you think of one person in your head,
Right.
and I'll ask you questions, and I'll try to guess who you're thinking of.
So, does it need to be a famous person?
Yes, make it a famous person.
Okay. Okay, I've got one.
Okay. Is this person an athlete?
No.
Is this person a movie star?
No, not that either.
Is this person a politician?
No.
Is this person a singer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now, is this person a man or a woman?
It's a woman.
Oh, okay. Is it a child or an adult?
An adult.
Oh, I see. So a woman and an adult. Is this person from Asia?
No, definitely not.
Is she from North America?
No.
Is she from Africa?
Not Africa either.
Is she from Europe?
No.
Oh dear. Is she from Australia?
That's right.
Oh, Australia, okay. Let me think about this. Does she have brown hair?
Kind of brown, kind of blonde.
Oh, kind of blonde, okay. Does she have big eyes?
Yes, she does.
Oh, big eyes, blonde hair. Is she very beautiful?
Yes.
Is she muscular?
I think she's got a good body.
Okay, right. Has this person been famous for a very long time?
Yes, as far as I can remember, actually.
Oh, very long time. And is she popular amongst older people?
Not very old people, but popular amongst 20 and 30-year-olds, I think.
20 and 30-year-olds. Okay. Right. Is this person on TV a lot?
Yes, and she used to be on TV even more than she is now.
Oh, I see. And, so does that mean that she used to be an actress?
Yes, she did.
Oh, I think I know who she is.
Go on then, you have a guess.
Kylie Minogue?
Correct, you got it. Now, Akane,
Yeah?
I've noticed that you fall asleep everywhere.
Oh, you've noticed? Oh, no, it's actually a problem that I have.
Really?
Yeah, I do get sleepy.
Well, it's just that whenever we come back from work or we go to work,
Mm-hmm.
you always fall asleep on the bus.
I do. I'm so tired in the mornings.
So, you're tired in the mornings?
Mm-hmm.
So don't you sleep at night?
I do. I actually do go to bed quite early, but I hate waking up really early, so I think it's the early mornings that really get to me.
So do you think lots of people in your family do this? Because, you really do seem to sleep far more than anybody I've ever met.
Actually, yeah, my father does say that he falls asleep at work.
No!
Yeah, and my mom falls asleep at work as well when there's no customers.
Oh, you're joking.
Yeah, so it runs in the family.
So have you ever done that? Have you ever fallen asleep at work?
Actually, well, I don't fall asleep when I'm teaching because it's such a busy job.
Yeah.
But when I was working in an office, when I was doing medical research, it was such a boring job that I did used to fall asleep in front of the computer sometimes. It's really embarrassing.
So, have you ever had an embarrassing moment when you've fallen asleep?
Actually, yes. One time, we went to watch the symphony orchestra, and it was beautiful music, and I was enjoying myself, but I just fell asleep in between.
Oh no, Canny.
Yeah.
So how many hours sleep do you normally get then, Canny?
Well, I try to get at least 9. Of course, that's not always possible.
Sure, yeah.
So I'd say on average about 8.5 hours.
8.5?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose if you add that to the 5 hours a day that you sleep, that's quite a lot.
If you put it that way. Hey, Ruth.
Hi, Canny.
I just came to pick up my plastic container that I lent you the other day.
Oh, right. Oh, well, I've just washed it actually, so here you go.
Thanks. So did you like that potato salad I made you?
It was really nice. Yeah, it was really nice. I'm not sure how you made it, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I gave some to Todd as well, and he really liked it too.
Oh, good. I'm glad he liked it. That's good.
Yeah. I made some stuffed peppers too, but unfortunately there's meat in it, so...
Oh, no, that's a shame. I would have really liked some of those too.
Yeah, I gave it to Todd, and he really liked it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're such a good cook. I wish I could cook like you can.
Oh, I'm sure there's a few tricks up your sleeve as well.
Well, I don't think so. I've yet to discover them.
So, do you want to go out for dinner again this Saturday?
Oh, that sounds like a really good idea.
Well, I think last week we went to Joyful, right?
Yeah, that's right. We had rice and things like that. Is that right?
And I think I might have had a hamburger or something like that.
Oh, yes, you did.
Yeah.
So where do you think we should go this time?
I don't know. Do you want to go for sushi again?
Oh, I really like sushi, yeah.
Yeah, there's that other store, the sushi shop that we haven't gone to yet.
Okay, well, we could go there because that would be a nice walk as well. We could walk there and walk back, and we could get some exercise at the same time.
Oh, that's a great idea.
And then we won't feel so bad when we're greedy.
For sure.
Why don't you go and ask Todd
Mm-hmm.
and find out if he wants to go,
Okay.
and then we'll organise it for
Will
tomorrow
do.
night.
Great idea.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Oh, and Akane,
Yep.
if you're making any more potato salad,
Mm-hmm.
feel free to bring some round.
Sure, no problem.
All right. Bye-bye.
Now, Stephen, I'm single, and
Right.
you are married,
Mhm.
and you are a father, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious, what is it like being a father?
Ah, right. Okay. Well, I think if I first of all talk about what it was like not being a father, being me and not being a father. I think I used to make the most of my free time. Well, in fact, I didn't make the most of my free time. I was a very lazy person. I was an incredible time waster. So I'd have all this free time to make use of, and I would probably just sit in front of the TV, or I would probably go to a pub and drink, But anyway, I took my time for granted. I thought I had this time. It wasn't such a precious thing for me. I had so much of it. Once I became a father, suddenly my time disappeared. But strangely enough, now that I've become a father, and it's taught me to appreciate the time I have. My time is now very limited. My work has become busier, but I actually make much more use of my time now than I did when I had so much of it. It's kind of strange.
And how many children do you have?
Two boys. Yeah.
Oh, two boys.
Yeah, they're both still very young. They keep us very busy. The eldest is 4, and the youngest is 3.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they still need quite a lot of attention.
Yeah. So when you first have kids, do you lose a lot of sleep? I'm always worried that I won't be able to sleep.
Right. Well, something that carried over from my previous lifestyle was an ability to sleep very well. And fortunately, I have a very understanding wife. So if the children woke up, because I had to go to work, my wife tended to be responsible. She would look after the children if they woke up during the night, sorry. And I'm such a good sleeper that even if they were crying incredibly loudly, I could just go back to sleep.
Oh, wow.
I don't think there are many fathers like me. I've spoken to some other fathers, and they don't have the same talent as I do.
Well, thanks, Stephen. Hello, can you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. My name's Stephen Patterson, and I'm from a small town called Brentwood in Essex, which is in England.
Okay, Essex. What part of England is that?
That's in the southeast.
Southeast?
Yeah, it's attached to London. It's just next to London.
Oh, okay. But you said it's a small town?
It's quite small. Well, relatively small. The population's about 50,000.
Okay. Well, what kind of place is your town where you grew up?
It's actually a very nice town. People often move into Brentwood from the surrounding towns or from the East End of London. It's quite prosperous. Well, in some respects, it's a dormant town. People often travel out from Brentwood into London, and they work in the city. But it's a pleasant place to live. It has lots of countryside around it. There's a very large country park. Yeah, it's quite a small town, but the high street's quite small, but it's quite a pleasant town to shop in.
Oh, it sounds nice. Well, now, if you live in a little town that's near London, is it really expensive?
Well, Brentwood is particularly expensive, just because it's a desirable place to live, and well, its proximity to London also makes it. The housing is quite expensive here.
Now,
even a town next to it would have much cheaper housing.
Oh, really? Because when I think of a small British village, I think of really old houses and nothing's changed. So do you have modern stuff? Like, do you have a health club? And do you have a movie theater and things like that?
I think the cinema in Brentwood actually closed down with the advent of big out-of-town shopping centres. They always have their multiplex cinemas with 6 or 8 screens, and the cinema in Brentwood only had 2 screens, and it couldn't really compete. So everyone has cars these days, so they can easily travel to big shopping centres. So that closed down. However, it has a very nice health centre. As I said, lots of parks to play. There's lots of opportunity to exercise and do various forms of recreation.
Wow, sounds like a nice place to live. So, Stephen, where did you go to college?
I went to the University of Wales, the College of Cardiff there. So in the United Kingdom, obviously.
Wow, sounds fun. So
Yeah, it
what's
was, yeah.
university like in Wales? Is it different than university like in Britain?
Yeah, it is. For example, Wales has its own distinctive language and culture as well. So if you go to Wales, you'll see street signs written not only in English, but above that you'll have the Welsh language there. And Welsh people are very, very proud of their language and their heritage and their culture. And it made it just a slightly different experience from studying over the border in England.
So they speak Welsh? Is that the language?
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, they do. It's not spoken by everybody in Wales. Since the Middle Ages, the usage of the language has declined somewhat, but there has been a revival over the last 30 or 40 years. And now maybe about 40% of the Welsh population speak it as either a first or second language.
Did you learn it when you were there?
No, I didn't. No, everybody speaks English now. But there's a lot of good music coming out in Welsh now, and there's lots of cultural festivals. And when I was at Cardiff, there's lots of pubs where it's Welsh speaking only, and it was quite good fun to go in there and try to order beer and stuff in the Welsh language. But that was about as far as I got.
Could you say that there's it's a stereotype, but any difference between the Welsh people and the British people? There
is, yeah, because they've had a different history, and obviously that affects how a people has evolved over many centuries. They like different sports, for example. They're more into rugby than they are into football. They tend to look slightly differently to English people. They tend to have sort of redder hair and darker eyes than English people. But also they're very, very loyal. They're very, very fierce. They're very passionate people. They're very nice people.
Well, it sounds like a nice place to go. I'd love to go someday.
Yeah, it was nice.
So, Stephen, thought we would have a friendly debate. What do you think is the best sport in the world?
The best sport in the world is unquestionably what is known in America as soccer, what is known in my country as football.
Yeah, well, we'll call it football. I think football's good.
Okay.
It is a good sport, but I'm sorry, it's just not as good as baseball.
Really? I'm quite surprised to hear you say that, because you did mention, I believe the question was the best sport in the world.
Yes.
Yeah, whereas baseball isn't anywhere nearly as widely appreciated worldwide as football is.
Ah, that's true. That is true. I mean, I will give you that. But a lot of countries do play baseball. It's popular in Asia.
They do, indeed, yeah.
in Central America and in North America.
Yeah.
And it's a young sport. You just got to give it time. We need more time to come around.
Yeah, I mean, I don't particularly have anything against kids playing baseball. I think getting kids out playing any sport is very healthy and is very good thing to happen. But I've got to say, I mean, for young kids, particularly in developing countries where they perhaps need a lot more equipment to play baseball, I think soccer is much more accessible than baseball in terms of they only need a ball, a field, a street even before they can get started.
Well, it's kind of true. I mean, but in baseball, you just need a stick and a rock.
Yeah, you could do it like that, yeah. But,
I mean, okay, one thing I think that how baseball is better than football is that in baseball, it's more democratic in that everybody has to bat. You can't have a prima donna star. I mean, you can have stars, but everyone's got to swing the bat. And, in soccer, if you're a fullback, if I'm using that correctly, if you play back by the goal, you're kind of just lagging back there. You're not gonna score or anything.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And I think you're very right in saying that baseball is indeed a democratic sport. But I think soccer gives each individual player to play to his own strengths and his own physical capabilities. So, for example, you have people who are naturally strong presence, who are more suited well to playing in defence, whereas your speedier players and your slightly more cunning players probably lends itself better to being a striker. So it really allows people to specialise. And the crowd really get behind that. The crowd really appreciate a good, strong defender and a nifty striker who gets in there and poaches a lot of goals for his team.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, actually, those are some good points. But in baseball, you have to utilize more skills. I mean, you have to be skilled at catching the ball, throwing the ball, hitting the ball, running the bases.
Yeah.
In football, you just got to run and kick.
Yeah. But I mean, to be honest with baseball, that's it's not really doing anything that cricket never did, for example. All of those skills were, employed in a sport that was invented way much longer ago than baseball ever was. Yeah.
That is true. You got me on that one. So anyway, well, I like football, but I have to stick with baseball.
That's fine. I think we can agree to disagree.
All right, Steve. Can I ask you a few questions about your job?
You certainly may.
Okay. What exactly do you do?
Well, I work for a publishing company named Longman, and I'm one of the sales reps that is based in our Osaka office.
Okay.
Each of the sales reps have a given territory, so I cover the Western Japan region for Longman.
It's a pretty big region.
It is indeed. It is, Andy, yeah.
Do you do a lot of traveling for that?
We do indeed, yeah. So basically my main job is to go around to the universities, to some extent the high schools and the private language schools, and to see what their needs are, to see what kind of books they're using. But also increasingly now we're promoting CD-ROMs and e-learning, as well as the traditional textbooks.
Very nice, very nice. What kind of schools are buying your books?
Well, again, the universities is a huge part of it, because in Japan, the first-year students and to some extent the second-year students have compulsory English education. And there's a lot of teachers who have big classes, large enough classes, that it makes it very much worth our while to visit those universities and make sure that those teachers are using as many of our books as possible.
But you mentioned e-learning, so a lot more like computer-based.
Yes, indeed.
English.
Yeah.
Is that growing?
It is. I mean, it's growing quite slowly because it takes a lot of time for the decision-making process at, say, for example, a Japanese university to kick in and to invest in our CD-ROMs.
Sure, plus first they need to have a computer room.
They do indeed, yeah.
It's a big investment.
Yeah, but they've already made a huge investment in the hardware, and it's actually not such a huge leap of faith to persuade them to invest a little bit in the software as well. And the people we have using our software are really getting a lot of enjoyment from it, and they're enjoying interacting not only with the teachers but with the computers as well, and getting immediate feedback with what they're doing.
Do you have stuff for Windows and Mac, or are they platform-based?
That's a little bit of a problem, actually, Andy. Most of our software is only supporting the Windows platform. But a few things, because we noticed that a lot of the university teachers in Japan prefer the Mac platform. We are moving somewhat slowly in that area, but we are producing more software to support the Mac platform.
Oh, very nice.
So, do you go by Andrew, or is Andy okay?
Andy, please. Yeah.
Okay, Andy, yeah. Could you tell us a bit about the work you do with your website?
Sure. I've made a website for people to study English using movie trailers.
Okay.
Movie commercials.
Okay.
On the site you can see lots of different trailers, over 100.
Wow.
And you can do various activities.
Right.
You can read a summary. You can do a close exercise.
Okay.
You can read a script. You can click on a vocabulary word and it will show you definitions, example sentences.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, other little quizzes and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty
fun. So you
fun.
have the subtitles on there?
No subtitles. It's all English.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, English trailers with English voices only.
Okay. So do you have the transcripts in English? Do you have the English subtitle on there?
Yes. So students can watch the trailers while they read.
Right. Okay.
So yes.
And what kind of movies have you been able to put into use?
Oh, gosh. Recently we've added War of the Worlds.
Oh, the H.G. Wells classic.
Yes.
Yeah.
The new Spielberg version.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The new Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is going to be up there shortly.
Right. Okay.
Looks like a fun trailer.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of good stuff.
Yeah.
Various genres too, like computer animation or like love stories or action.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, something for everybody.
Yeah. And which type of people have been accessing the website, and who's getting the most from it?
People from all over the world are going now.
I've had people email me about the site from over 25 different countries. So it's very international.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And how long have you had this website up?
Almost 3 years now.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, about 3 years.
Wow. Okay. Well, it sounds extremely interesting. I'd be very looking much forward to having a look at it myself. How can I access this website?
So, Mark, what do Kiwis like to do in the summer?
Yeah, I think the first thing for some people to realise is that Christmas is midsummer in New Zealand.
Oh, nice.
So Kiwis combine Christmas holidays, New Year holidays with a summer vacation as well. So I can remember when I was small, we would have family Christmases, and then the next day, which is Boxing Day, we'd go to the beach or we'd travel somewhere and rent a small house on the beach. They call them batches in the North Island of New Zealand, or cribs in the South Island. And you just spend 4 or 5 days, maybe a week or 2 weeks, just swimming in the sea, playing in the sand dunes, walks in the forest, just really relaxing time with family and family friends.
That sounds nice. So, in Australia, they're really big in surfing. Do a lot of people surf in New Zealand?
There is a surfing population. I think the Australian beaches are probably much larger and maybe they have better waves. I don't know, but yeah, several of my friends used to go on surfing holidays in summer as well.
Oh, cool. And what foods do people like to eat when they get together for summer?
Barbecue is almost the national obsession in summertime. Everyone just throw a saucy on the barbie, or friends would just ring up and say, hey, it's a nice night, let's have a barbie. And I think all my friends have their own barbecue set.
Okay. Well, what meats do people usually barbecue?
Again, New Zealand food used to be very much sort of either lamb or beef, but now it's getting a lot more varied. You can grill a nice fish on the barbecue. You can still have sausages and chicken, pork, beef, lamb, whatever you want.
Yeah, it sounds good. Okay, well, thanks, Mark.
Okay.
So, Mark, when I was in London, I saw so many people from New Zealand. And actually, everywhere in the world, I meet so many people from New Zealand, but you have such a small population. Is anybody still in New Zealand?
Yeah, I think the Kiwis and Aussies that you see in London and in other parts of England and Europe, they're all, or many of them are young Kiwis doing what we call the big OE.
Okay. The big OE, what's that?
Yeah, the big overseas experience, or the big overseas excursion. So a lot of people, when they finish school or finish university, they take a year off. And because New Zealand's located a long way from anywhere, instead of taking a trip from one country to another for a week like many Europeans do, when young New Zealanders travel, they tend to go backpacking a lot, get a part-time job working in a pub or a restaurant in London to make more money, and then they will travel for 3 or 4 months through Europe. They may go back to England and work a bit more and then see a few more countries. And then maybe after a year or so, they'll start heading back towards home.
Okay.
So that's the big OE.
So did you do the big OE?
Sort of. Yeah, after I'd finished university, I worked for a few months, and yes, I did go to England. I'd applied for a job and hadn't heard back. So I started my OE, and I did it for a few months. And then I actually found out I got a job. So I cut the OE short to join the working world.
Okay. What countries besides London are popular for Kiwis to go and visit? Or what cities or places?
Yeah, now I think they're getting more adventurous. Before it used to be very Eurocentric, but now a lot more people are going through Asia. They're going to more exotic locations, maybe South America. Some people travel to Africa. Well, the old ties to England are still there, so I think that's still the first location for many people. Save a bit of money and then see the rest of the world.
Mark, could you tell me about the first job you ever had?
I think it was when I was at university. Well, my first long-term part-time job was when I was at university, and one night a week I used to work for 12 hours from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. in a printing factory, and we were actually making television guides to be distributed throughout the whole country.
Whoa. So you worked from 6 a.m.? I mean 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.?
Yep, overnight. I felt that it was probably better to work one long block of time once a week than rather have a part-time job 2 or 3 nights a week. So I kept that up for 2.5 years until my final year of university. And then I decided that study on Friday was more important than the part-time job. But for 2.5 years, I really enjoyed it.
Oh, so for this job, what exactly did you do? What was your duties?
We used to take the TV guides from the printing presses and bundle them up and get them ready for distribution to the various convenience stores and gas stands and bookstores throughout the whole country, and then make sure that each of the shops and regions got the right number of TV guides.
Okay. So a job like that would be manual labor, where you do the same thing again and again.
Yep.
Versus, let's say, customer service, where you're always talking with people. Which type of job do you think is more enjoyable for a young person?
Well, because of the hours we worked, it was all overnight. There was a combination of other university students and also quite a few housewives who were doing it for extra income.
Okay.
And so we actually had quite a good team. There were probably 10 to 15 of us. So, yeah, we used to enjoy a good laugh while we were doing it as well.
Oh, wow. Sounds fun.
Yeah, it was tiring, especially lectures on Friday morning, but we used to stay awake. I don't think I ever slept in the lecture afterwards.
So, Mark, you mentioned that your wife is Japanese?
That's right.
Okay, and how long have you been married?
We finally got married in April of 1998, but it took us a while to get to that stage.
Okay. Well, what's it like being in an international marriage?
Oh, I really enjoy it. There are different challenges. I think any marriage has got challenges, and just having different cultures and different backgrounds and different languages, despite the fact we both speak both our first languages. Yeah, there are just different challenges, but that makes it fun.
Now, you said that your wife speaks to you in Japanese and you speak to her in English?
No, it's 50-50 really. It really depends on what we're talking about. If we're watching an English movie or something on TV in English, we'll speak in English. If we're reading the Japanese newspaper and we find something interesting, we'll probably speak in Japanese.
Okay. Well, actually, how did you meet?
Through my roommates in Japan. How many years ago now? Probably about 15 years ago.
Wow.
Introduced us. Yeah, it's been a long time.
That's cool. Is there anything that's hard about having an international marriage?
I suppose it means that you're always away from one person's family. I suppose that's the hardest thing.
Yeah.
So I'm in Japan now, so I'm a long way from my family. When we lived in New Zealand before, my wife was a long way from her family.
Oh, that's tough. That is tough. So how long did you live together in New Zealand?
We were there for about 4 years, I think. 98, 2000, 97. Yeah, approximately 4 years in New Zealand.
Now, have you lived in any other countries together?
No, not together. It's either been Japan or New Zealand.
Do you have any plans on which country you're going to settle in?
No, that sounds very permanent to me.
So you never know.
Never know.
All right, thanks a lot, Mark.
Okay.
So, I was talking with my friend, and he's just recently married, and he's wondering, should he rent a home or own a home? That's a tough call. What do you think?
It is a tough call, but I personally prefer to rent.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, so why would you rather rent?
Well, because there's just no extra costs. You don't have to pay for extra things like maintenance and just keeping up your home. When something gets broken, you don't have to pay to get it fixed. Property tax is already included. Things like that.
Yeah, but if you own a home, I mean, first of all, I think the biggest reason is you're not throwing money away. It's a solid investment, so
Yeah.
you can actually make a profit on the home later on.
That's true. But with this day and age, you really never know when you're going to lose your job or if you're going to have to move for job reasons. And for that reason, I think that if you're stuck with a mortgage and you lose your job, then you won't be able to pay it. And what if you can't sell it?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. But you could always rent the house out, right? So
That's true.
I mean, one common thing that rich people all have is that they own property and they
Right.
owned real estate, so you could just rent it to someone else.
Well, that's a good idea. But still, I think that's a lot of work. For somebody as busy as me, and I'm not a rich person, so...
That's how you get rich.
Yeah, right. Well, I don't think I could be bothered with the hassle of renting to somebody if first you have to find somebody to rent it, then you have to make sure that they pay their rent, and you
Yeah.
have to make sure that things are fixed.
Yeah.
It's too much of a headache for me.
That's a good point. Actually, I think the main reason I would ever want to own a home
Right.
is because you could have a dog.
Oh, right. Oh, that's a great reason. I love dogs, yeah.
And when you rent a house, they won't allow you to have a pet.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, you can have a cat and fish
Yeah,
and maybe a hamster.
that's true. But if you're a dog lover, it's not the same thing.
I guess so. Hi, welcome to our restaurant.
Thank you very much.
How many people are there?
Just the one.
Just one person? Okay. Smoking or non-smoking?
Non-smoking, please.
All right, come along and have a seat right here.
Thanks very much.
Here are your menus and a glass of water.
Thank you.
Can I get you something to drink?
I was wondering about this wine, actually. What's your house wine?
Our house wine is this red wine right here, and it's $10.
Oh, I think I'll have a glass of that, please.
Okay, just a glass?
How much is it for a bottle?
A bottle is $10.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll have a bottle then, thanks.
All right. Can I take your order for an appetizer?
Well, I quite like the look of several of these.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the melon, does that come with anything else?
The melon?
Uh-huh.
Well, it just comes with some garnish, but it's pretty much just plain melon and some
Right,
whipped
okay.
cream.
Okay. What would you recommend?
Well, I really recommend the fries. They're quite good, and they come with cheese and tomatoes and some chili on top.
Oh, they sound nice. Okay, I'll have those, thanks.
Are you ready to order your meal?
Yes, I think I'm ready now, thank you. I think I'll have this vegetable goulash. Can you just tell me, is it vegetarian?
It is actually. It's all vegetarian, but it does come with cheese.
Oh, that's okay, I eat cheese.
Okay.
I'll have that, please. Do I get anything with it?
It comes with a side order of rice or potatoes. What would you like?
I'd like rice, please.
Okay. Did you enjoy your meal?
Oh, it was delicious, thank you. It was really nice.
Can I get you some tea, coffee, or dessert?
Oh, I'd like to look at the desserts menu, please.
Well, here's the dessert menu.
Oh, wow, these all look nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think I must go for this chocolate cake here. It looks
The
nice.
chocolate cake. Very good choice. That's our most popular dish.
Oh, really? Could I get cream with it, please?
Certainly. Would you like custard or whipped cream?
Whipped cream, please.
Coming right up.
Could I have the bill, please?
Certainly. Here you go.
Thank you very much. $30. Oh, that's okay. That's not too bad.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, no problem.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Come
thank
again.
you. Bye.
Now, Carla, you have your own website.
Yes. When I first came to Japan, I didn't learn languages because actually I'm quite terrible at learning languages, but
Me
I'm
too.
very interested in culture. And Japanese traditional culture is fantastic. So little by little I got interested in butsudan. Now butsudan are Buddhist family altars, which the Japanese use in two ways. They pray to Buddha by kneeling in front of them, but they also keep family memorabilia. That's like wedding certificates, graduation certificates, photographs, postcards from interesting places. They keep all these in the butsudan, and they communicate with the ancestors this way. So they have a kind of dual purpose. But truthfully, I'm not particularly interested in Buddhism, and I'm not interested in the finished butsudan because it's a little bit garish and not at all the way I imagine the understatement of Japanese culture. But the making of them is fantastic, and the traditional old-fashioned ways of craftsmanship are going out because Japanese craftsmanship is very expensive, and it can be made in China, Vietnam, Taiwan, Korea, much cheaper than they can be made in Japan. So a lot of the traditional craftsmen are just not finding the work anymore. No new apprentices are training for the job, and it's difficult to find butsudan that are made in the traditional way. A traditionally made butsudan could cost as much as 20 to 30 million yen.
Wow.
A butsudan made in China and imported into Japan and sold here could sell for about 3 million yen. That just gives a ratio of the relative price. So there are 3 woodworking crafts, 2 metalworking crafts, and 2 lacquering crafts that go into the making of a butsudan. So my aim really is to document the traditional craftsmanship before it's completely gone. And no one has ever done this in English before, and it's hardly been done by the Japanese because it's one of these things that Japanese craftsmen really don't talk about amongst themselves. So it's all kind of, it's not as if it's secret, it's just that they have different vocabulary for the same thing. They do things in slightly different ways. They just never talk about it. When they train an apprentice, they don't say, do this, do that, the way we do in the West. The apprentice just has to watch the master and copy. So for many things, they don't even have words for them. So it's been quite interesting to document that.
Wow. Sounds good. Well, we'll have your URL on the bottom, and people will have to go and check out your website.
Yeah, that would be good. I'd like that. It's being made now. It's not quite finished yet.
Oh, okay.
But little by little it will be, and if anybody's interested, it's more of a resource than something that you would sit and read. But you might be interested in the drawings. Friend does the drawings, and I did the photos and the text. And, you know, it's quite ambitious, I think.
Okay, well, thanks. So, Carla, you lived in Africa, so you must have some cool animal stories.
Do you want my cockroach story, or my monkey story, or my chameleon story?
Well,
I know, I have a snake story.
Okay.
We had a snake that lived in the bookcase, and you could never tell where he was, except that that book was sticking out of the bookcase, so you always knew where he was. And if you knocked on the book, you could pull it out and he would just lie there. But if you pulled the book out without knocking first, he would be frightened, so he'd rear his head up and hiss at you and stick his tongue out and wiggle it around. He was a python, a
Whoa.
baby python, maybe 2 meters long.
And you just let him live in the house? You didn't make the snake leave?
When he was growing a little bit bigger and he started to leave his skin around, we got fed up with that. I said to him, I'm fed up with clearing your skins away, so you're out, fella.
Wow, well, who made the snake leave? How did you get him out of the house?
Oh, we just put him outside in the garden.
Wow. Did you ever
I
see
have
him again?
scorpion stories too.
Okay.
Never mind scorpion stories.
No.
You want scorpion
what's
stories?
the scorpion story?
Well, the scorpions were about, 10, 15 centimeters long, great big black things. And a friend of mine we didn't have any running water in that village either. And so we had a man who would come in every morning with a big headload of water, a big huge bucket on his head carrying water, and he'd tip it into our huge barrel in the back garden. And then we would have to move it out bucketful by bucketful. Anyway, so our bathroom was always dry. There was never any water. The taps didn't work. And we kept our bath sponge on the edge of the bath. And one day I went to take a shower, to have a bath, and I picked up the sponge and I put it against myself, and I got this terrible pain because there'd been a scorpion hiding underneath the sponge, and it stung me. But luckily it stung me in a place where it didn't hurt so much on my stomach.
Wow.
If you get it on your foot or your hand where you've got lots of nerves, it's really excruciating.
Oh, man. Wow, well, I'm glad you're okay. Carla, you said you have a chameleon story?
Yeah.
Actually, first of all, just for the listeners, what is a chameleon?
I was going to tell you what it is. A chameleon's an animal that can change its color depending on where it is. So if you put it on a black book, for example, it'll turn very dark. If you put it in a light place, it'll go bright, bright green. It can go spotty yellow and green. And the other thing that's interesting about it is that its eyes can move in 2 different directions. So its right eye can look forward and its left eye can look backwards. Wow. So if you stand on one side of it and wiggle your hand around, one eye will look towards the back and the other eye will look towards the front. And it also has a long, long tongue, so it zaps its tongue out to catch a fly. Anyway, we found this chameleon. And we took it into our house, and we had it for about, I think, maybe 2 weeks. And we had an electrical cord that went from our refrigerator up the wall, into the ceiling above, up to the electrical box in the roof space. And this chameleon spent 2 weeks crawling up the cord, getting to the ceiling and dropping off, and crawling up the cord and getting to the ceiling and dropping off. But every once in a while I took it into the classroom sometimes, and we would kind of play with it because we liked to. It was a good biology experiment to put different colors of things around it and see what color it would turn into. Then after a while we let the poor little thing go.
So it didn't mind you picking it up and taking it?
Actually, it did mind, because if you picked it up by about halfway, 3/4 of the way down its back, that was safest, because it can't swing its upper body around, but it would turn around and hiss at you.
Oh, wow. So
you the first time I just dropped it because it was scary, and the second time I realized that that's about as scary as it got. So that was it.
So Carla, you lived in Africa.
We got married in Africa.
Wow.
And we moved to Nigeria, as I told you before. We got married in Ghana, and we moved to Nigeria, and our kids were born in Nigeria. But I want to tell you a little bit about before the kids were born. Because we lived in a place, a small, small village that had no running water, no electricity. We could buy fresh food once a week. That means there were no toilets. So the people used the rocks and the bushes around the village. Maybe that's too graphic. Is that too graphic?
No.
And we had to pump our water out of a well. And at night we would pump 1 bucket full of water. And it would be half full of silt. By the next morning, the kind of muddy silt would have sunk to the bottom. And then we would pour off the clear water off the top. And it was a bad drought year in 1976. And we would cook our vegetables and then drain off the water and then reuse the water to wash the dishes and even to wash our clothes. And we had just enough water, fresh water we kept for drinking, washing ourselves, washing our vegetables, cooking, washing the dishes. We reused vegetable water, and we had no electricity, so I cooked a stew once a week, and 2 or 3 times a day I had to heat the stew up again, boil it to kill all the germs. Otherwise, it would have poisoned us.
Man.
But in that year that we lived there, I think we were healthier than we had ever been before or since.
Hello, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Carla Eads, and where I'm from is a little difficult because I grew up in Canada, but then I moved to Africa. Then I moved to England, and now I've been living in Japan for 14 years.
Wow. It's amazing. You've been on 4 continents.
Yes,
America?
4 continents.
Wow. Well, where did you grow up in Canada?
In Canada, I grew up in Vancouver.
Oh, cool. West Coast.
West Coast.
Oh, okay.
Very nice place.
See, that's why I like you, because I'm from San Francisco. I'm also a West Coast person.
That's why our accents are similar.
Very similar, yeah, very interesting. So what's it like growing up in Vancouver?
Wonderful. It's got mountains for skiing and hiking, and I went to UBC, so I was right there, could do all those lovely things. Leave school on Friday night, ski all weekend, get back to school 7 o'clock Monday morning.
Oh, whoa, sounds fun. Now, UBC is University of British Columbia?
Right.
Okay. Is that the major university in British Columbia?
Yes.
Okay. What did you study at university?
Biology.
Biology?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Did you ever want to become a biologist?
I actually wanted to become a doctor.
Okay.
And then I got foiled in that. So I studied, I did research in the biology department there. Then I went to England where I met my husband. Then he went out to Africa. So he wrote me a letter saying, come to Africa. So I wrote him a letter back saying, okay, get me a job. So he did.
Wow, what was your job in Africa?
Teaching. That's when I started teaching.
Wow. Sounds romantic.
Yeah, quite romantic. The really romantic thing was we got married. When we got married in Ghana. And we put all our worldly possessions on the back of our motorbike, which was saucepans and a bedroll and a few pieces of clothes. And we motorbiked across Togo and across what was then Dahomey, but's now Benin, into Nigeria.
Wow.
That's romantic, don't you think?
Yes, very much so. Now, Kate, you said that you actually had exchange students live with you.
I did.
In New Zealand.
I've had 3 exchange students.
Okay, can you talk about each one?
Yeah, the first one, she was very young. She was 14, I think, at the time. And so it was quite difficult for her to come to another country by herself.
Yeah.
But by the end of 2 weeks, she was in tears when she left our family.
Oh.
She was just so happy and overjoyed, and we still keep in contact.
Uh-huh. What was her name?
Adiko.
Oh, okay.
Adiko.
So were all the exchange students from Japan?
They were 3 from Japan, that's right.
Okay. And who else did you have come and stay with you?
The next one was interesting. She came from Kansai area, near Osaka in Japan. And she was in a band, a brass band,
Okay.
or orchestra. So she actually came to New Zealand to just play in this orchestra. And she was a very lovely girl. She spoke fluent English, so we had no problems in communicating. Yeah.
And how long did she stay?
She stayed for 3 weeks, actually.
Okay.
A bit longer.
And you said there was one more?
And one more was Ayako. She was older. She was actually more my brother's age. So she spent a lot of time with my brother and rather than with me, because I was going to school every day.
Oh, I see.
But we still got on very well, and my most memorable moment was going horse riding with her.
Oh, nice. Had she been on a horse before?
No.
Okay.
First time.
She must have been pretty scared of the horses.
Yeah, she was.
Kate, you said you were an exchange student when you were younger?
That's right. When I was 15, I went to Tokyo, Japan, for just 2 weeks on high school exchange.
So were you alone or with your school?
You could say I was alone. I mean, I went with a group of about 7 people, around about the same age, and they were from the same city.
Okay. What was it like living with the Japanese family?
It was very interesting. The customs are so different, but the family was really great to me, really kind and caring.
What is different about Japanese lifestyle and lifestyle in New Zealand?
In a way, they have this togetherness, the family. The traditional way is that the mother is home all day, she's a housewife, and she will wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, make the breakfast for the whole family, and then she's at the home all day cleaning. Then when the kids come home, she makes them dinner. And then finally the father comes home very late at night after work, and then he gets his dinner as well. It's very, very different from my family, which is everybody just makes their own dinner. Everyone's independent.
Wow, that is a lot different.
Yeah.
Any other little differences, like for example, bathing or sleeping or eating or anything like that?
Bathing, yes, they share ofuro. It's like they share a bath. So I think it starts from the children. I'm not sure, I can't quite remember, but they all share the same water. They don't waste water. They're very conservative.
So one person gets in the bath and the next person and the next?
That's right.
Separately?
Separately, yes.
Okay.
Generally.
Interesting. Okay. And what about sleeping? Did you sleep on a bed or a futon?
I slept on the futon, which it felt like the floor. I might as well just put the futon away and sleep on the floor.
Yeah.
I got used to it.
What do you prefer now, a futon or a bed?
I have a bed now, but I don't mind futon. I've really gotten used to it.
So you obviously have really good memories having an exchange student, or being an exchange student. Would you like to have an exchange student someday?
Yes, of course. I've had 3 already, actually.
Really?
In my house. Because when you go to Japan, you're expected to have a host sister or host brother come back to New Zealand the next year, the following year.
I see. So Kate, are you into movies?
Yeah, I watch them from time to time.
What actors or actresses do you like?
My favorite actor would be Brad Pitt.
Really, Brad Pitt?
Yes.
Now is it because he's handsome or because he's a good actor?
He's handsome, of course, but he's actually a very good actor. I like him because he's very well respected in Hollywood. You look at the other actors and they've all had these scandals, drinking scandals, drug scandals, but I haven't heard of anything about Brad Pitt.
That's true, actually. And come to think of it, I never have. What's a movie that he was in that you really liked?
Ocean's 11. That was a very, very good movie.
Yeah.
Recent one.
Any other movies that you really liked?
I can't think of the names right now,
Yeah.
but he has a recent movie out called Mr. and Mrs. Smith,
Mm-hmm.
I think, and it's with Angelina Jolie. And that's, did you hear about that?
No, I haven't actually.
They heard Angelina Jolie is said to have been with Brad Pitt while they were making the movie. Although Brad Pitt is supposed to be with Jennifer Aniston.
Right. So they're married, right?
Yes, they were.
They were married.
They separated. No.
But they're not divorced.
Not divorced, no.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know that. So, as a Brad Pitt fan, who do you think is more his type? Mrs. Jolie or Mrs. Aniston?
I prefer Jennifer Aniston because she's more calm and more... They seem like they can have a nice little family together. But Angelina Jolie, she's very wild and just keep partying and...
They do seem... Yeah, they do seem like they're different. That's true.
Very different.
What is it about Brad Pitt's features that you think make him attractive?
I like his smile, his eyes. That's generally what I go for.
So for a guy, you look for a nice smile and nice eyes.
Definitely. From first impressions, from the first look, definitely the smile and eyes will, if they stand out, I'll go for them.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, thanks.
My favourite season has to be autumn. Although, when it gets to autumn, I feel slightly disappointed because I know that after summer the weather gets colder and the nights get shorter and the evenings get darker. I still really like autumn. One of my favourite things about autumn is when all of the leaves fall off the trees and you can walk about and crunch in the leaves. However, I think my favourite thing about autumn is the conkers. I love it when conkers fall off trees and you can collect them. When I was at school, we used to collect conkers and put them on strings. And then we would have a competition to see who had the best conker. We would hit our conkers with somebody else's, and if yours didn't smash, then you could have 1 point. So after your first game, your conker would be a oneer. Then if you won twice, it would be a twoer, and so on. It was a really good game, and it kept us amused for hours. Conkers are great fun. Have you ever played conkers? Maybe you should. Why don't you try it this autumn? So, Akane, what do you think about children today having mobile phones?
Mobile phones, well, I mean, I think they could be a good thing. I mean, for safety reasons.
Really?
Yes, if I was a parent, I think I would feel safer knowing that my child had a mobile phone and I could get in touch with them whenever I need to. And if something happens, like an emergency, then they'll be able to use the mobile phone.
You see, I would argue that they're quite dangerous, actually, because children don't really have the best attention spans anyway, and often they could, for example, walk into the road whilst they were talking on their mobile phone and generally not pay attention. So I don't think they're very safe.
Oh, well, that's a good point. But that could also teach them responsibility as well. If mobile phones are unsafe, I mean, bicycles could be unsafe, and toys could be unsafe, but that's all part of growing up, and I think that if you teach them responsibility, it shouldn't be a big problem.
But I think fewer children these days play on bikes than they used to. I think children are more dependent upon technology, and I see that as a definite negative thing, because children don't play out as they used to before, and they just stay in and watch TV and play on computer games.
True, true. I suppose so. But, technology is a necessity in our lives, and in the future, if we want them to become competent in using technology and taking advantage of technology, then I think it would be a good way to start.
Don't you think they're really expensive, though? I mean...
Oh, yeah, they are.
If I was a parent, though, I would not want my child to be phoning people left, right and centre because it would cost so much money.
Well, you could be right about that. They do cost a lot of money.
Oh, I'm glad you agree. Well, yeah, like at least we agree about something now.
For sure.
So, Akane, you're from Canada, right?
That's right.
Tell me about where you live.
Well, I grew up in Toronto, and it's quite a big city. In the Greater Toronto area, there's about, I think, 3.5 million people just now, and it's very multicultural, and that's one of the things that I really like about Toronto, is that there are many different people from many different countries.
And do you live in Toronto now?
No, actually, I haven't lived there for a year now, I think, almost. Or actually more than that. Because I've been traveling and working and whatnot.
All right. What's your job?
I'm actually a teacher.
Oh. Do you teach children or adults?
Usually I do. I'm mostly trained to teach younger children, but recently I started teaching older students or young adults, and I quite enjoy it actually.
So which do you prefer?
Well, they both have good parts and bad parts, and I think in the future I would like to do a bit of both.
All right. Do you know where you would like to live in the future?
I have no idea. I would like to travel to different places, and maybe I'll eventually settle back down in Toronto, where I'm from.
Do you have family in Toronto?
Not at the moment, no. My parents moved to Vancouver, and that's where they live right now.
Oh, Vancouver. Is that in Canada as well?
That's right. It's on the west coast of Canada, and the weather's much warmer there, and that's why my parents like it there.
Oh, wow. It sounds nice.
Hi, Leslie.
Hey, Simone. Have you heard that they're making the 3rd episode of the new Star Wars series?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Do you like Star Wars?
Well, the old Star Wars that they made 20 years ago, I really liked.
Me too. What's your favorite episode of the old series?
Of course, that would have to be number 2, The Empire Strikes Back.
Really? Mine is the original Star Wars.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you like it so much? Why is it the best?
I think it's the best because the characters are really, really, really different. In the second and third one, they're kind of, they begin to mellow, but in the first one, they're really different.
Oh, you mean that each character is distinct from the other character?
Right.
Yeah, I like the second one better because it's a little bit darker and cooler.
Oh.
You know, the bad guy, Darth Vader, of course one of the most famous bad guys in movie history, plays a bigger part. And, there's the drama, and plus the fighting and the space scenes are all a little bit better and cooler.
I see. Well, my favorite character is Princess Leia. Do you know why?
Well, I'm sure you'll tell me.
Well, because she was the first positive, strong female character I saw in the movies. She was take charge, told everybody what to do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, she was popular with both girls and boys.
Right. Hey, did you have any Star Wars toys when you were a kid?
Yeah, of course. I had the Luke Skywalker action figure.
Ah, I see.
How about you?
I can't remember, but I don't remember if I had any toys, but I had the soundtrack to the movie.
So yeah, can you hum a little bit of the soundtrack right now?
No, but I could tell you most of the dialogue from the first movie.
So you could say that you were a die-hard Star Wars fan.
I am a die-hard Star Wars fan.
Yeah, when I was young, me too. Yeah, hi. I want to talk about watching sports like live or on TV. I mean, I like to play sports more than I like to watch sports, but sometimes a good game on TV or watching it live can be really good. Everybody or many people like to watch the Olympics or the World Cup of soccer. I mean, those kinds of sports are really, really exciting. I like to watch them too. I like to watch a good game on TV if there's lots of build-up and tension before the match, it's even better. One sport that I've been really getting into recently is Japanese sumo wrestling. Yeah, it's quite a spectacle. Many Westerners think that it's kind of a joke, a bunch of fat guys in tiny underwear, bashing their bodies against each other, but there's really a lot more to it than that. I mean, these guys are incredibly athletic. They also are quite strong, and they have a repertoire of martial arts and wrestling ability. It's pretty amazing to watch. I mean, the matches are really, really short, so sometimes the uninitiated don't know what's going on, but basically the rules are stay on your feet and stay in the small circle, and and try to get your opponent to fall down or to go out of the circle. That's why they only take about 10 or 20 seconds to finish each match, because they do everything they can, and then finally, before you know it, the match is over. They do wrestling throws, they do martial arts, they do all kinds of things. It's really fun. And there's the whole ritual with it as well. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Like many people, I like to travel, and there's many ways you can travel, many forms of transportation. Probably the main three that I want to talk about now are by car, by train, and by airplane. Now, each of these forms of transportation have their pros and cons. Would you agree?
Indeed, I would.
So, what's your favorite form of transportation of those three?
I would have to say the automobile.
Well, tell me some of the pros of traveling by car.
That would be mainly freedom. Freedom of movement, freedom to stop, freedom to go, freedom, basically.
Okay. What about a train? What are the advantages of being on a train?
I would say good views of the countryside. You can move around on the train. You're not stuck in a car. You can go for a cigarette. You can get something to drink. You can go to the bathroom, which you cannot do in a car.
Okay, let's talk about the airplane. What are some of the advantages of flying?
Speed.
That's it?
That's all I can say about that. Yeah, speed.
Okay. Let's talk about the disadvantages or the cons. So what are some things that a train has that is not that great?
There's nothing I can say bad about a train except, train's good.
Okay.
Price.
Yeah, price. And many countries, train travel is very expensive. We are traveling in Japan, so the train is very fast and efficient. However, it is expensive. Another thing is that you're confined by schedule and things like that. How about the disadvantages of a car?
Pollution, accidents, cost. Yeah, cars can be expensive too. Maintenance, gas.
And how about the plane?
Disadvantages of a plane, lack of view, and that stale air.
Yeah. Also, I could say the sort of fear factor. Yeah, and being confined to a small space. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna talk about what I would consider a perfect day. Of course, that day wouldn't be a working day, it would be a day off. And it would have some of my favorite things in life, which would be like eating, relaxing, and playing sports. So, the day would start off with me sleeping in till about 9 or 10 o'clock. Get up, make myself a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice or something like that, maybe grapefruit juice. Pick up the daily paper and read it for a while. After that's done, I'd probably get ready and just drop into a friend's place, drop by unannounced, no planned meeting or anything like that, hang out at my friend's place, chat, talk about, probably talk about where to have lunch, since I love eating, I'd have to go out for lunch, probably somewhere where there's a patio or a nice place to eat outside or do some serious people watching. Yeah, I want to talk about one of my pet peeves. A pet peeve is something that you, as a person, don't like. You personally don't like a habit or a mannerism or something that other people do. For example, a pet peeve could be people who don't like wrinkled shirts, or they don't like it when people chew gum in public, or like the noises some people make. Or habits, mannerisms. For example, my grandmother's pet peeve was, messy clothes or people who wore messy clothes. She didn't like that. If someone had a hole in their sock, she would sew it up immediately. She just hated it. It was her pet peeve. If you didn't wear nice, clean, crisp clothes. Some people's pet peeve is is when other people talk on the cell phone. Things like that. Yeah, my pet peeve is a little bit more complicated. It's a little bit more unique, I think, than other people's pet peeves. But it's when Canadians wear or embroider Canadian flags on their backpack. That's just something that's annoying or irritating for me. It's my pet peeve. I'm Canadian, so it's not like I don't like Canada or I don't like Canadians, because I am Canadian and I do love my country. But it's just so cheesy when I see so many travelers, usually the backpacking kind, that put Canadian paraphernalia, especially Canadian embroidered flags on their suitcases or backpack. I don't know why it bothers me. I guess I think it's not cool, or I can't see the reason why to do that. I mean, people tell me it's to show that they're not American, but who cares? You should be able to just tell them, hey, I'm from Canada, I'm from Vancouver, I'm from Toronto, I'm from Saskatchewan, wherever. Yeah, it's something that I can consider as a personal pet peeve. Don't do it, Canadians. Computers are an amazing thing. They've really improved people's lives over the past 15 or 20 years. You can do word processing, you can access libraries of information, you can communicate with your friends 24 hours a day across the globe, you can do art, you can watch movies, you can play music, all sorts of interesting and cool stuff. that makes life more pleasurable or makes life easier. It's really an amenity that's been a big part of most people's lives for a long time now. And they always seem to be improving and getting bigger and better. Well, actually, they're getting smaller and better. But why is it that over this time that computers never seem to run smoothly all the time? There's always little glitches and problems. Computers are getting better, but so are viruses. Programs are getting easier and better, but they're also getting more expensive, and you always have to upgrade, because what you want to get doesn't work necessarily with what you have on your computer. Internet connections are always speeding up, but there's always a slow internet connection, at least 20 or 25% of the time. If you want to run something, you always need to download this or download this. This program is incompatible with this program. When you're on the internet, there's always strange pop-up ads and things like that. Email. Oh, your mailbox is full. Too much memory. Yeah. Printers. Printers are the worst of all. After all this time, why is it that printers always break down when you need to print something on time? Hey, there's my little ramble about computers. But all in all, they're good. Because without computers, there wouldn't be such a wonderful sight.
I'm going to talk for a few minutes about running, because running is something that I really love and also really hate. It's funny how you can love something and hate something at the same time. I like to go running in the park, particularly after a long day at work, when you've been inside for the whole day. It's really nice to go outside in the fresh air and get some exercise. And after the run is finished, you feel so good. You feel really good about yourself, and you've done something worthwhile and something which is healthy too. Sometimes I like to go to the gym and I like to run on the treadmill, but I think it's easier to run on a treadmill than it is to run outside on the concrete or on the grass.
So Ruth, in Europe, have you traveled much?
Yeah, actually, well, when I was younger, I went on a tour around all of Western Europe, and then when I was at university, I backpacked around Scandinavia for a month with a friend.
Nice.
It was really nice, actually, yeah.
Wow. So where did you go in Scandinavia?
Well, we started off in Sweden, and then we went to Norway, and then we went to Denmark. We never actually made it to Finland, but that was simply because we ran out of money, so...
So were you out in the wilderness, or were you just going from village to village?
Really, we arrived in Stockholm. We went around Stockholm. We went to Oslo. We spent most of our time in the cities, although everything was so expensive. We ended up sleeping in youth hostels or on people's floors.
What do you remember most about your trip?
Probably just having no money, and so we couldn't eat really for a fortnight.
Couldn't eat?
Well, we ate breakfast in the youth hostel, and then we would take a bread roll from the youth hostel, from the breakfast bar, and have that for lunch, and then in the evening we would eat if we could afford it.
Actually, in terms of food, what do people in Scandinavia usually eat?
I think they eat quite a lot of potatoes and meat and things like that. I'm not sure really what a typical Scandinavian meal would be.
That's okay. You didn't have any money to
No,
buy any food, right?
We didn't eat, so...
Yeah, silly question. So what do you remember most about Stockholm?
They've got some really nice buildings actually in Stockholm. I've got relatives who live in Stockholm, so we stayed with them. And also it was really hot when we went there, but it was also very pricey.
So in every store you went into, were they playing ABBA?
No.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
So Ruth, now you are a vegetarian.
That's right.
So what is a good vegetarian dish that you cook?
Well, actually, I'm not a very good cook, so that would be difficult to say. I quite like to make like a vegetable stew with tofu in it, things like that. But it's not very exciting.
Well, how do you make the stew?
Well, firstly, you get all of the vegetables ready, and so you chop them up, and the potatoes, and you boil the potatoes, and then you boil the other vegetables, and you fry the tofu with onions, and then I think you just put it all together in a pan and stick it in the oven, I think.
Sounds pretty good.
It's very easy.
What vegetables do you usually put inside the stew?
Oh, things like carrots and leeks and courgettes sometimes, mushrooms, really any vegetables that are in season that I can get hold of.
Courgettes, is that squash? Zucchini?
I think it might be squash. No, I think it's zucchini.
It's zucchini.
I think it's zucchini, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think in the States we call it zucchini.
And you would call aubergine eggplant.
Yes.
Is that right?
What do you call eggplant?
Aubergine.
Aubergine?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
Good question. Aubergine.
Wow. How do you spell courgettes?
Courgette.
That's pretty good. Now, can you spell zucchini?
Probably not. Zucchini.
Yeah, maybe that's it. One more time?
Zucchini.
Yeah, I think that's it. Zucchini. I'm not even sure.
I'm not either.
Yeah. What's your favorite vegetable?
Oh, it has to be broccoli.
Oh, yeah?
I really like broccoli, yeah. They look like little trees. It's nice.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, if you just get one broccoli and start eating it, you can't even finish it. It's just so big.
Oh, you can. You definitely can.
Well, how do you cook your broccoli?
Just very briefly, really, because there's nothing worse than soggy broccoli. You cook it, you boil it in a pan with water, only for 3 or 4 minutes. What's your favourite vegetable?
That's a good question. I would have to go with the eggplant and the aubergine.
Aubergine.
So the aubergine, as you call it, yeah. I think eggplant's the best.
Really? Don't you think they're sometimes a bit soggy?
I kind of like them that way.
Really?
Yeah, I like them anyway. Although the bad thing about the eggplant is you can't eat it raw.
Yeah, that's true. It takes effort. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about why I'm vegetarian. Actually, I became vegetarian when I was 8 years old. We did a project at school, and I found out that animals are actually killed for us to eat. And as an 8-year-old, I thought that was rather immoral. So I went home and I told my parents that I didn't want to eat meat anymore. So now I eat everything really except for meat and fish, and I don't eat things with animal fats in either. I think really I'm a vegetarian now because it's a habit, and if I were to eat meat, I think I would be quite ill. My favourite food is probably tofu, although I like broccoli and I like chocolate as well. Sometimes, because I like travelling, I go to places and it's really difficult for vegetarians because they don't really have anything for vegetarians to eat. So sometimes I just have like a bowl of rice or an omelette or something like that. But when I'm at home, I like to cook for myself, and I like to cook nice vegetarian dishes and stews and things like that. My parents didn't mind me becoming vegetarian, and I think they were really good about it, because I don't know many people who, when their child said they wanted to be vegetarian, would accept that. So I was really grateful to my parents for being so nice and understanding about it. I'm an English teacher in Japan, and when I first came here, I didn't really have very much money. So I found things quite expensive, and I went out looking for cheap bargains. I came across a shop, and it's called the 100 yen shop. It's absolutely fantastic. 100 yen is about 50 pence, that is. I think that's about $1. And you go in there, and everything is 100 yen. You can buy all sorts of things in a 100 yen shop. You can buy food, you can buy things for your house, things for your bathroom, your kitchen, you can buy ornaments and stationery and things like shampoo. I really, really like to get a bargain, and when I go in and I know that I've found something and it's worth buying, I really, really get excited about it, and it sends shivers down my spine. We have a shop in Britain, and it's quite similar to the 100 yen shop. It's called Poundland, and so everything in it is £1. Not everything is a real bargain. Some things really are pretty rubbish, but if you do find a bargain, it's great. It reminds me really of what we have in Britain called car boot sales. They're places where people go and they fill their cars full of things that they don't want anymore, and they sell them. And people look through other people's items and they find the things that they want to buy, and they barter, so they try and get things for a cheap price. It's really good though when you get a bargain. How do you feel about that? My name's Ruth, and I'm from a small village in England. I live quite near Nottingham, and I've lived there for most of my life actually. Nottingham is quite famous for Sherwood Forest, where Robin Hood was supposed to live. And as a child I spent some of my time in Sherwood Forest playing. I live in a village, and it's actually a mining village with about 1,000 or 1,500 inhabitants. There's not really very much to do there. There's a shop and a post office and a school, and my mum teaches at the school. I did actually live in Edinburgh for 1 year, and that was quite different from life in my village, because there was so much more to do, and there were so many more people, and there was so much more traffic. But I think actually I prefer living in a village because, well, if you want to go out to the shops or if you want to go to the cinema, you can go to the nearest town or to the nearest city, but you can always escape city life, and you can always go back to where it's quiet and more peaceful and where everybody knows each other. But if you live in the city, you can't really escape it. And I don't really like the noise of the city, so I think I'll probably live in a village for the rest of my life. My most embarrassing moment was probably when I lived in Germany. One day I decided to go shopping, and I drove into town. I had a car, and I was very, very pleased because I found a parking space immediately, which was rather unusual. I did my shopping, which only took half an hour, and I went back to my car, and to my absolute horror, it was no longer on the ground, but it was suspended in the air. I really did not know what to do at this point, so I walked back into town and I went to the police station. The police were very kind to me, and I was very grateful for that, and they interviewed me. They asked me what had happened, and I said, "I'm really sorry, I didn't buy a parking ticket." And they said, "We hadn't even noticed that." They said, "Do you realize where you had parked?" And I said, "Well, no, I have no idea." And they said, "Well, actually, you parked in the entrance to a car park, and as a result, nobody could get out of the car park because you were parked in the entrance." So I wanted to laugh and cry at the same time then. It was very embarrassing. I hadn't seen the sign, I hadn't noticed the car park, which was rather silly. But now my friends think it's really funny when I tell them the story. I also think it's funny, but it was an expensive mistake.
Ruth, what is something that you are afraid of? Like snakes, spiders, rats?
Probably sharks.
Sharks?
I know that seems quite irrational, especially when I don't live near the sea. But just the thought of being eaten by a shark is horrific. I really am frightened of sharks.
Have you ever seen a shark?
No.
No.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
I think I would run a mile.
I don't know really what I'm afraid of. I guess I don't like heights too much. Yeah, so I have to admit, when I'm on a plane, I get kind of freaked out when I fly. Yeah, you think, how is this thing staying in the air? You know.
You're always happy to land.
Yeah, always very happy to land. And often when I go home, I have to fly across the Pacific, and there's no land. So you look out your window and you think, if something goes wrong with the plane, we can't land anywhere. But that's very irrational because most accidents, I think, happen over mountains, so... Yeah.
I think so. Although if you landed in the sea, then there might be sharks.
That's true. Yeah. How do you feel when you fly?
I quite like flying, actually. I quite like it. I mean, I'm quite used to flying. I've flown to a lot of places. If it's a long-haul flight, it gets a little bit boring. But I like the handheld computers that you get to play with.
Yeah, those are nice.
They're good.
Now, you're a vegetarian, so what's the food like?
Oh, well, the last time I flew, I didn't get any vegetarian food.
Huh?
So I think I forgot to tell them. So I had to eat the chicken, whatever.
Really? You actually ate the chicken?
No, I didn't eat it.
Okay.
I just had it in front of me.
Yeah, I heard that the vegetarian meals are actually even better than the chicken or beef meals.
Really? They're quite good. I mean, when I've had them in the past, they've been quite good.
Yeah.
I've been impressed.
Well, here's to not seeing any sharks in the future.
Absolutely.
So what did you do today?
Well, actually, I got up this morning quite early. I couldn't sleep, so I was a little bit annoyed. And then I went to church and had some lunch and...
Okay, but you said early, like how early?
Well, I think it was about 7 o'clock.
That's not early.
That is early if you went to bed at 1.
Yeah, that's true. That's sleeping in for me.
That's sleeping in.
Yeah.
That's true. You're an early bird, aren't you?
You know, last night we went out and we had the beers.
Yeah.
I was actually quite happy this morning. I had no hangover.
Did you not?
No.
I felt a little bit queasy this morning and I was a bit ashamed.
Yeah,
I didn't even drink very much. I didn't feel queasy. I think it was more that I'd not had any sleep, actually.
Yeah. Did you feel guilty in church, knowing that you still had the beer buzz?
No. I don't feel guilty about that.
Yeah, that would be a tough one. No, I still got up this morning at 5:45.
5:45?
Yeah.
You must be a lunatic.
Well, I mean, when the light comes up and the light goes through your window, I don't know how people can still sleep. You know?
Man.
You can sleep when the sunrise don't come up?
Yeah, well, not for too... I mean, I can't sleep forever, but... Like, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, then my body wakes up.
The apartment I was at before this, it was crazy because there was a rooster outside. And it didn't do what it was supposed to do. Like, normally, when the sun comes up, the rooster is supposed to go... or whatever. But this thing did it at like 1 and 2 in the morning. It used to drive me nuts. So I used to always wake up at 2 because I'd hear this rooster going... and I just wanted to kill that bird.
Did you go to sleep back to sleep after that.
Yeah, of course I went back to sleep.
That's
But
insane.
the bird would wake me up regularly. Yeah, no roosters here.
That's not funny, is it?
Yeah. So Ruth, who is your favorite actor or actress?
Oh, that's a good question. I think definitely has to be Ewan McGregor.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I really, really like him.
Why do you like him?
Well, he's really, really good looking. I think primarily I like him because he is so good looking, and he's just got really nice skin and really nice eyes and nice hair, and so primarily I think it's his looks. Although from what I've read in magazines and things, it seems like he's a nice guy as well.
What movie did you really enjoy that he made?
Probably Moulin Rouge. That's probably my favourite, because in Moulin Rouge he sings a song called Your Song by Elton John, and he sings it to this girl, and I just think, wow, imagine Ewan McGregor singing that song to you. That would just be absolutely phenomenal. I'd really like that. So, although he's been in different things, but that's probably my favourite.
Did you see him in Trainspotting?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Yeah, that's the first time I saw him, and I thought that was just a really good movie.
It's a really good film.
Yeah,
Really
you
good.
know, when they showed that in the States, a lot of people requested that it had like transcripts.
No way.
Yeah, because the English was so difficult for American people to understand.
That's really funny.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's funny though, because now Ewan McGregor is Obi-Wan. He's
That's
in the
true,
Star Wars
yeah.
movies.
Yeah. No, I'm not a Star Wars fan actually, but I would probably watch it just for Ewan McGregor.
Have you seen him in the other two?
I just saw him in the first one.
Oh, really?
So.
Oh, yeah. He does a pretty good job.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Mm.
When I was younger, I was in an organisation called the Guides. Guides are girls who are between 10 and 14 who get together once a week to do things like have competitions and play games and go camping and generally just have fun together. I really enjoyed being in the Guides. There's a similar organisation called the Scouts for boys, although I think these days girls can be Scouts and maybe boys can be Guides. I'm not sure. Anyway, I used to go camping quite a lot with Guides. I remember I went one weekend, and it was the same weekend as my birthday, and I was going to be 13 that weekend. We had a really good weekend, and we cooked different things, and we played games, and we didn't really get much sleep, as you generally don't when you're sleeping in a tent with a lot of people your age. You tend to stay up all night. So, on my birthday, which was the Sunday, everybody sang happy birthday to me, and they gave me a cake, and they all wrote on a card for me, and I had a really nice day. That evening, I went home, and I was so tired, and I started to unpack my things, and then the doorbell rang, and my friend arrived, and then one by one, it was very strange, all of my friends arrived, and what had happened was my parents had organised a surprise birthday party for me. I was so excited, but I was also very smelly. I hadn't had a shower for the whole weekend, and we had a great time. We went bowling, and it was really a day to remember. There are two things which really annoy me. Actually, I experience both of them sometimes on public transport. Often when I travel, I go on buses and on trains. And both of these things seem to occur quite often. Firstly, is when other people listen to music, they listen to their CD player or their MP3 player, and the music is really loud. I mean, I don't mind if other people want to listen to music, In fact, I also really like listening to music, and I often take my MP3 player to different places with me. But I don't like listening to other people's music, so I wish they would just turn the volume down a bit. The other thing which really peeves me is when people leave their mobile phones on in public, and the phones ring, and people never know whose phone it is, because often people have the same ringtone. But the worst thing is when people have long conversations in public on their mobile phones. I don't really want to hear everybody else's gossip. I mean, obviously, sometimes it is necessary to make a phone call, to arrange a lift, or to organize something. That's different. But when people have lengthy conversations, I really get annoyed. I wonder what you think about that.
Hi, Ruth.
Oh, hi.
So, what did you do today?
That's a good question. Actually, today I went to the onsen.
Oh, the onsen?
Mm-hmm.
What's an onsen?
An onsen is a public bath, and people go there basically just to sit in hot water, and it's a bit like a spa, and it's really relaxing. You just sit there and don't do anything really because it's so warm. It's really nice.
Oh, okay. Well, what did you think about it?
I really enjoyed myself. I'd never been to an onsen before, so today was my first experience, and I am quite British, and you have to go in with no clothes on, so I was a little bit concerned about that, but it went okay.
Oh, okay. Well, are you going to tell your friends and family that you did that?
I think probably I will tell them. Probably. I think they might listen to this actually. So.
And how do you think they'll feel about that?
They'll probably think it's really funny. Yeah, I think they'll laugh.
Okay. Well, actually, I've been to an onsen too before.
Oh, really?
Yes, I have. I actually do really enjoy it. I think it's very relaxing. If you go to the big onsens, they have lots of different kinds of baths. And one of them is called the electric bath.
Wow.
And when you go into it, you feel little tiny electric shocks. And it's supposed to be good to increase your blood circulation, apparently.
Does it hurt?
When I went into that one, I was very little, so I thought it hurt, and I didn't really like it.
So, Kate, can you talk about growing up in New Zealand, what it's like?
Growing up in New Zealand is very free. The kids have a lot more freedom than kids in other countries. We can, obviously we go to school from 5 years old, and until 16 years old you must go to school. But when we come home from school, there's our parents there. They're very loving, caring, in general, that is.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of lawn, a lot of scenery, landscape that we can run around on.
Okay. What kind of things did you do when you were little? Like games or sports? Okay.
Sports.
What sports?
Started off with ballet and got really bored with ballet, but went to gymnastics. And that was my main sport when I was growing up.
Oh, wow. You were a gymnast?
Gymnast, yes.
What events did you do?
Events? Well, you have levels, competition levels. So you start from level 3, and I went up to level 7. And next level would have been very competitive. It's called Junior Elite. So had I continued, I would have probably stopped school and concentrated on gymnastics only.
When you were younger, was your dream to go to the Olympics?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you ever, because you're still very young, do you ever practice gymnastics still?
Yes, I do actually at the university that I go to. I joined the club, which is not gymnastics, but it's kind of dance, and I can still do some of the stuff I used to be able to do.
Wow. Now, as you get older, have you ever thought about becoming a coach?
Yes, I did think about it, but it's not a reality anymore. I've forgotten so many things already.
Okay.
Just teaching for fun.
So, Kate, if somebody had a month to spend in New Zealand, where do you recommend they go, and what do you recommend they do?
Well, most often you'll fly into Auckland Airport. So you can start off in Auckland, which is a nice big city. However, the most important thing about New Zealand is the smaller countryside parts of New Zealand. So you should go up to the north, like past, further north than Auckland, go to the beautiful beaches, and you can go all the way up to a place called Cape Reinga, which is the very top of New Zealand. And from there you can see the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, sounds nice.
Yeah, it's very beautiful.
Okay, and how long do you recommend someone stay there?
Just stay there just for only a couple of days, maybe a week maximum at the top of New Zealand. Just get to see some beaches and the top of the North Island, Cape Reinga. And then travel down the island by car, or just hire a car or a camper van. You can just sleep in the camper van and the camping grounds. And it's cheap, and it's a lot more fun with your friends.
Wow, it sounds like a good time. So when you go camping, when you move down the islands, the North Island or South Island, what do you recommend that they see or do?
Well, definitely go to the national park. It's called Tongariro National Park, and it is where the Lord of the Rings was filmed.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, and I'm sure if you've seen that movie, you know the beautiful scenery that was there.
Wow, it sounds like pretty
It's really amazing.
Good deal. So besides Auckland, are there any other cities that people should see?
Then you can go down to Wellington, the capital city, and you can just see the museum and the harbour, and just the museums is the main thing. Yeah.
Okay, well, sounds like a nice country to visit. I would definitely like to go. Hello, can you say your name, please?
My name is Kate.
Okay, Kate. And where are you from?
I'm from New Zealand.
Okay, and so are you from Auckland?
No, I'm from Wellington, the capital city.
Oh, really? Wellington's the capital?
That is.
Is it in the North Island or the South Island?
It's at the bottom of the North Island.
Okay. What's Wellington like?
Wellington it's a very beautiful city. It's got the center is obviously the township with a few tall buildings, and then we have the harbour, which is very beautiful, especially at night time. See the city lights reflecting on the harbour. And then on the outside we have all the suburbs where everybody lives.
Okay. Yeah. How is Wellington different than Auckland or Christchurch?
First of all, Auckland is much bigger. It's the biggest city in New Zealand, and the city itself in the very centre, downtown centre, the buildings are much taller and much more hectic. Traffic is hectic every day going to work. But Wellington is much more calmer. However, in Christchurch, it's just flat.
Okay.
Completely flat. Because Wellington's very hilly. Many hills.
Now, is it a cheap place to live or is it expensive?
Reasonably cheap. Compared with Auckland, it's much cheaper.
Okay. Like, how much do things cost? Like in New Zealand dollars, how much is a bus ride and a loaf of bread?
From home to town would be $1.50 New Zealand dollars.
Okay, and how much is a loaf of bread?
A loaf of bread, $2 to $3.
Okay. What's the best thing about your city?
Best thing about my city is, strangely enough, the wind.
The wind?
It's known for its wind.
Wow, how is that a good thing?
How's that a good thing? Just the cool breeze,
Oh,
especially
okay.
in summertime. and it gets hot, and you just feel this nice, cool, gentle breeze.
Oh, that must be nice.
Although it can get quite strong.
Oh, okay. And what's the worst thing about your city?
Worst thing about my city would be the trains.
Oh, okay.
They're so inconvenient, and they don't cost so much, but they're just really inconvenient.
Oh, yeah.
And the
Well,
buses aren't so good either.
well, it's kind of the same in my country.
Yeah.
So, Trey, can you introduce yourself? Where are you from?
Hello, everyone. My name is Trey Goodman. I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I was originally born in St. Louis, Missouri, but I spent most of my life in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and in Japan.
Wow. Well, what's your city like back home, Tulsa?
Tulsa is an amazing city. We have about 500,000 people, I think. Don't hold me to it. There's a lot of culture. Many people from various parts of the world who either immigrated to Oklahoma or their parents immigrated and therefore they're first generation. So we have lots of foods from all over the world. Oklahoma used to be a part of the Mexican states, so we have a very strong Mexican heritage that still exists. Going into food, of course, we have food that's similar to northern Mexico, but we also have ribs, which are probably the best you'll ever find in the United States.
The ribs.
The ribs.
Why are the ribs so good?
Because they're so juicy and soft, you don't need teeth to eat the beef.
Wow, that's pretty good. So when you say ribs, is that beef? So it's beef ribs.
Beef ribs. We also have pork spare ribs. Pretty much anything.
Wow, that's cool. What's the
Anything you
nightlife
find.
like in Tulsa?
The nightlife. I haven't been back in many years, but when I grew up there, I remember there being many clubs in the area. Majority of the adults are single, so everyone's looking for a spouse. Anyway, I grew up playing music, so I would visit nightclubs and bars to play in bands when I was underage. So I think people really found ways to enjoy themselves.
Okay. So you say you were in a band or you played an instrument. What did you play?
Yes, I'm a drummer. I've played drums ever since I was in junior high. And I love music, so I've also played violin, and I sang in a church choir ever since I was a little baby, growing up until university.
What would you say is the best thing about Tulsa?
The best thing about Tulsa, I would say, is the atmosphere. Once you go, people are so nice. They'll invite you in to anything that they're doing. It's just an easy town to fit in. It's a large city, but it's not too large. It still has a small town atmosphere, like probably most middle-sized cities in the United States.
Is there anything that's bad about Tulsa?
Well, we do have our share of violent crime. We have a river that's pretty much polluted. It would be nice if it were a clean river so we could swim in it. I would say that's about it as far as what I can remember.
It's okay. That sounds like two big enough problems right there.
Yeah, pollution and crime.
Thanks, Trey. So, Trey, can you talk about American high school? What was high school like for you? What is American high school like?
It's a very good question. When one says in American high school, to some people maybe movies that depict the high school life come to mind. But the most thing I would like people to keep in mind is that depending on the school district, the state, the area of the state in which you live, the high school you go to can vary extremely. There are many poor schools in poor districts, and there are very rich schools, similar to the Beverly Hills 90210 television show. That's quite popular around the world. I was fortunate to go to a high school that was a public school under a magnet program. And the idea was that you have a test to get in to the school. You have to excel academically. And the school would try to suck in or attract students from all over the state. Students that excelled in math and sciences, sports, English, literature, foreign languages, and tried to bring those students together. Not only that, the idea of the school was to create an atmosphere that was biologically diverse. That just sounds better than racially diverse.
Yeah.
So we had students of various socioeconomic backgrounds, meaning we had students of various races, even though I don't believe race to exist. But sociologically speaking, we had students of various races. At the school, you could take classes from Italian to classical English. Many of our teachers had PhDs, so it was just a great academic atmosphere to be in. And then we had a lot of fun on top of that. The first 2 years I went there, we had an open campus, which meant that during lunch we were able to get in our cars, because we all drive to school, get in our cars and drive home or drive to a friend's house or drive to a restaurant during our lunch period. So we didn't have to stay at school for lunch. We were completely free. And the school was very liberal. So the teachers had a very open idea of how students learn, and they wanted to make sure that we were learning in a way that was best for us. Now that doesn't mean they were not strict on us. When we did something bad, when we were in trouble, they let us know. But still, many of our teachers were very open, and they would give us hugs if we needed hugs.
Your teachers would give you hugs?
Yes, I know some schools,
Oh, man.
many teachers would want to keep that professional distance. But I think when you're working with children, always keep in mind that they are young adults, and they need to be taught a good model to fit within society. And I think one of those models is reaching out to others when they are in trouble. Sometimes, a student may need a hug, be it your friend or be it a teacher. So I really enjoyed getting hugs from my principal. So I always gave her a hug almost every morning.
Wow, it's a lot different than my high school. So Trey, you are a drummer.
Yes, I am indeed. And for all the negative baggage that comes along with that term, yes, I am a drummer.
Wait. So you say that there's negative terms that go with being a drummer?
Well, sometimes when people hear, oh, they're a musician, oh, we better watch out for them. Yeah, it's true.
Okay. Well, what kind of drums do you play?
I grew up playing in punk bands, mostly because those were the only bands scouting for drummers at the time. However, what I enjoy playing is funk, jazz, blues, and salsa, specifically Cuban salsa.
Okay. Now, so for the different types of music that you play, do you always use the drumsticks, or do you sometimes just use your hands?
When I play on a drum set, I either use drumsticks or a bundle of sticks that are really small called hot rods, or brushes. Usually if I'm doing a jazz piece or a very soft acoustic set, I'll use brushes. If I'm using other percussive instruments, for example, a djembe, then of course I'll use my hands.
What's a djembe?
Djembe is a large drum that comes from West Africa. And you play with your hands using various African polyrhythms. And lately, a lot of Western drummers have picked up the drum and have fused Western rhythms along with African and Latin polyrhythms. So it's a very fun but very difficult instrument to play.
What do you prefer, using the sticks or the hot rods, or using your hands?
Again, it depends on the music that I'm playing. I enjoy playing in general. My preference would be playing the drum set with the sticks, just because I really love the more rocky fusion type jazz, the more avant-garde out there type stuff. And I also like salsa, which usually, you have your clave, which is a little wood-like block, and your cowbell. And you also have timbales, which are two drums that you hit on.
When you're playing the drums, do you ever lose a drumstick?
I have in the past, yes. I notice the questions you're asking are very, very embarrassing for a drummer to answer. But yes, sometimes I've thrown them into the audience, usually on purpose. But occasionally, a drummer will lose a drumstick. So you usually have a pouch that you'll put either next to your hi-hat, which are two cymbals that you open and close with your foot, or next to a floor tom, which is a large drum that sits on the ground. So you have extra sticks that you can grab when you need them.
Wow. Sounds cool.
Very cool.
So Trey, you said when you were younger, you took many family car trips.
Oh, yes. You could say I grew up in the car. We take road trips from Oklahoma, state of Oklahoma, to, say, Florida or Georgia, Mississippi. We'd even drive up north to New York, and I've taken road trips to Colorado and Seattle, Washington. Inside the car, when I'm with my brothers and my sisters, sometimes we'd fight, but most of the time we'd play various games. For example, we'd count the license plates.
So license plates are the ID on the back of a car.
Right, IDs on the back of the car. And depending on the state, the license plate changes. So we try to see how many states we could count. And whoever got the most states by the end of the trip, of course, would win. We do other things. For example, my parents always made sure that we visited historical sites to learn about the local culture of the area. And we'd also try the local foods that existed. So whenever we drive to the south, for example, if we drove through Louisiana, we'd try Cajun food, which is full of gumbo, which is another word for okra, and rice, and crayfish, which is sort of like a lobster type
Sounds
shellfish.
good.
Oh, very
Is
good.
it
And
spicy?
Oh, very spicy. Very, very spicy. So we had a lot of fun times in the car.
Yeah. So did you have some bad times in the car? Did you fight with your brothers and your sisters?
Occasionally we would fight. I was the youngest of three, so I always lost. So it was very hard. And I had the middle seat. So if my older brother fought with my older sister, then I was stuck in the center.
Not fun.
Not fun at all. But we hardly ever fought, and I would say the road trips were a lot of fun overall.
Yeah, I took a lot of road trips with my family. I remember them very fondly. So Trey, lots of people might want to know when is the best time to visit the United States season-wise. What would you recommend to somebody that might go to America?
Definitely the best time is in the fall part of the year, end of August through end of November, beginning of December. The reason why is because the weather is beautiful. You have blue skies almost every day. There's not too much rain, no tornadoes or hurricanes that come through, and the weather is just generally cool and pleasant. On top of that, you have the amazing food that's associated with the fall months and the holidays that also take place then. For example, Halloween, you go door to door trick-or-treating, you receive a lot of candy. There's also Thanksgiving, where many families cook the traditional turkey. Some other families have chop suey, what have you. And there's also the tofu turkey.
Tofu turkey?
Yeah, tofu turkey.
If you had tofu turkey
I've
before?
never had a tofu turkey, but I've only heard about it. I went to a liberal arts college where there are very few meat eaters, so I've always heard about it. Also in the fall, it's a great time to visit the outdoors in the United States. You have the fall foliage, especially if you're in the New England states, where the mountains are just on fire with oranges and yellows.
Yeah, it's nice. Nice time of year.
Yeah.
Okay. And any other season you think is a good time to visit? So the fall is really good.
I think the fall is great. Um, it also depends on a personal preference. If one really likes the summer atmosphere, then of course, going to New York or the West Coast in the summertime is great because you can visit the beaches. If you like skiing, then of course winter is great if you go to any of the Rocky Mountain states, Colorado, for example. You can really take advantage of the snow out there. Great powder.
Have you traveled much in the United States?
Ever since I was a child, I'd get in the car and travel with my parents. We'd drive from Oklahoma to New York or down south to the Pacific Northwest. Almost every single state. Maybe 5, 6 states I haven't visited.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Trey.
Thank you.
Eukarya, you are into drama, so I thought we would talk about Shakespeare.
Cool.
First of all, who is Shakespeare?
Well, Shakespeare is one of the most famous playwrights of the world. He was born in 1564 in Stratford-on-Avon in England, which is a really pretty town. And he opened the Globe Theatre in London, I think, at some stage. But the main thing why Shakespeare is so famous is he had a really short life back in those days. To make it to 40 was considered old age. But in his relatively short life, he produced an enormous body of work. He produced historical plays, tragedies, comedies, poetry, sonnets. So he was an extraordinarily prolific writer. And I think the reason that he's so famous even today is because the themes he chose for most of his work were universal. They're themes that touch us whether we speak English, whether we speak Spanish or Russian, whether we're in the 21st century or in the 16th century. They're themes that are eternal and they concern humanity and have concerned humanity for such a long time.
Yeah. How much of the English has changed since the original Shakespeare to the Shakespeare we have today? I mean, the English we have today.
Well, if Shakespeare suddenly appeared in the 21st century, he would be almost illiterate because back in those days, English had a vocabulary of about 150,000 words, whereas now the vocabulary of English is one of the highest in the world. I think 300,000 now, probably more. So Shakespeare wouldn't be able to make himself understood if he came back today. So in a way, the vocabulary he's using is really easy. But of course, English has changed from that era, from Middle English until contemporary. English keeps changing. Even if you talk to your grandparents, well, not just English, all languages change and develop over time. So even if you talk to your grandparents, they're going to use a slightly different variety of the language you're speaking in.
But wait a minute, you're saying that his English was easy. When I read it, it doesn't seem easy. It seems pretty tough.
Well, that's because the English was used in a different way. So some words and some grammatical structures are no longer in English. They've fallen out of usage, except when we read stuff like Shakespeare. And then for us, it seems almost like a foreign language because we don't have these grammar structures anymore, and we don't use English in this way anymore.
Okay, thanks. Eukarya, why don't we talk about what is our favorite Shakespeare plays, and actually what is the story about?
Okay. I love the story of Romeo and Juliet. I know, I'm a girl. Which is a tragedy. It's about a boy and a girl who fall in love, but unfortunately their families are sworn enemies of each other, and it ends up with both of them killing themselves. So it's quite a sad play.
So that's a tragedy, right?
That's a tragedy. I also like Hamlet. Hamlet, the play opens and we see Hamlet talking to the ghost of his father, and the ghost explains to Hamlet that he was killed by his brother, who has now become Hamlet's stepfather because he married Hamlet's mother. So Hamlet has to avenge his father by killing his stepfather / uncle. And Hamlet procrastinates throughout the play. He keeps on putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. And at the end, because he's put it off, the situation just gets worse and worse and worse. And the reason I like Hamlet is I'm exactly the same. I procrastinate. If I don't want to do something, for example, if I don't want to correct homework, my apartment gets cleaned, my car gets cleaned, I clean out the computer. I'm like Hamlet. But eventually I do correct the homework.
You're not going to go kill your uncle or anything.
No.
All right, just checking.
No, nothing like that. I could kill some of the journals that I get sometimes, but the homework. But I also love Shakespeare's comedies because they have this timeless quality. They're funny now and they're funny to many different cultures, even though humor is a culturally related issue. But I think Shakespearean comedy, like, they are accessible to all. I like The Taming of the Shrew, and
That's good.
I don't know if you remember an American soap opera called Moonlighting with Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd, and they did a version of The Taming of the Shrew. And I saw it when I was a child, and I thought, wow, that's a really funny story for that particular soap opera. And then when I went to junior high school and senior high school, I realized that, oh, it's a Shakespeare play. So I really like that. I really like A Midsummer's Night's Dream. I'm not sure if I can tell the story anymore. And I remember in school I had to study the sonnets, and I really liked them, which surprised me because I'm not a big poetry person. But I really found Shakespeare accessible.